Chapter 2170. It's a pity that there's only one Xiao Yi. Yao Chong looked at the people eating. What he meant was that if there were a bunch of Li Yi, each province would send one, and the Tang dynasty would last for 2 or 3 years. Tell me, who would they beat? Only places where Li Yi personally went would the local situation change quickly. Take Guo province, for example. Along the way, the local standard of living increased. In Tangzhou and Huazhou, the people were building new houses. Flying to save people, the local people were about to join forces with the nearby provinces. Li Longji muttered, "Let's develop the 2 capitals first. Only when we're better can we reduce the world supply." He understood Li Yi. Otherwise, why did he have to go to Hunan province? Chang, and was not lacking in food. Brother Yi obviously felt that Hunan province was developing too slowly. He worked everywhere and stayed in Luoyang for a year to build the foundation before returning. The people from Bohai ate hot wontons and looked at the surrounding villagers curiously from time to time. They were curious about the train on the way. It was fast and didn't need to eat grass. It could carry a lot of things at once and arrived at their destination in no time. When they passed by Luoyang, they saw the tall city walls and many people working at the construction site. They arrived at the legendary Li family Zhuangzi. They were rich and wore beautiful shoes and clothes. Their faces and hands were not dry. They ate with porcelain bowls and spoons. If they broke one, they didn't know if they would be able to pay for it. If they wanted to live in such a place in the future, what would they do? How would they exchange for things? Luoyang's winter was good. There were cucumbers and eggplants. The adults tried hard to adapt and think about the future. The children were happy. They carefully reached out with their chopsticks to pick up cucumbers, pickles, and eggplants with garlic from the porcelain plates and drank a mouthful of the wonton bone soup. The locomotive outside shook off the freight carriage and turned around to connect with the passenger carriage. This required 2 trains to go to Haizhou at the same time to increase the capacity. There was another train that went between Chang and Luoyang. It couldn't go to Haizhou. It turned out that during this season, land transportation was the main method from Chang and to Luoyang. Carriages pulled by animals, pushed by people and carried by people. With the introduction of trains, there were still vehicles for short distances and the disappearance of manpower. The train had taken on the original role of land transportation. If it was broken, it would be useless. The cost of transportation was equivalent to the cost of livestock transportation, so the people still chose to use the train. The commoners who walked would rather spend money than walk. If it was too far, they wouldn't do it, even if there were relay stations along the way. The profits of the train would slowly recoup. The money earned would be invested into the construction of new locomotives, carriages, and tracks. Li Yi and his group went to the train station to look at the goods. Tussock cocoon, pine nuts, hazelnuts, dried mushrooms, mink skin, bear skin, deer skin, tiger skin, ginseng, spurge, radix parvifolia, platycodon. When will the tracks be laid? Baigu was interested in this. He couldn't collect taxes on medicinal herbs, but he could collect taxes on other things. Li didn't say anything. If these things were in his place, how many times would he have died? The northeast was a good place. Big tigers looked scary. Very good. There were bones and a whip. The dried gallbladder was placed together with the bear's gallbladder. He knew that with the current Bohai Kingdom's ability, they would not be able to kill all the wild animals. The area where the locals lived was very small. Most of it was still forest. First, build the railway along the canal. Then look at other places. Bohai Kingdom doesn't need it. Li Longji didn't care about the things in front of him. He cared more about the people's livelihood. The people of the Tang dynasty needed the railway. When the weather turned colder, a large number of marine fish would come ashore. After the innards were cleaned and sprinkled with salt, they would be loaded onto the train and transported to the capital office. A few carriages of marine fish would be transported to Luoyang. There was no need to add salt. Fish was meat. When they arrived at Chang and the weather would be cold, and the fish would be hard. They would be transported to other places. The commoners could buy them with a little money. It was cheaper than grain. Zhang, Jilin continued. No matter how much money we have, we can build the railway to other places along the Yangtze River. Dangerous places can be cut off. We can build roads that other carriages and people can use. Plank roads can also be built. It's better to transport short distances than to carry loads all the way. Who knows? We might be able to eat Guangzhou's fruits in winter. Bring back the new pineapple seeds and plant them in Guangzhou and Luzhou. Including the local bananas, they can be transported over when the railway is built. Li added. He hadn't eaten any bananas yet. There were dried banana slices, but he didn't want to eat them. The variety of pineapples was not good, and they couldn't be transported over. If they planted pineapples from outside, they would have them in a few years. If they shipped them by sea, the steam engine ship would transport the pineapples and unload them in Haizhou. No, they would unload them in Suzhou and send them over by train. Forget about the mangosteens. Unless they flew there or drove a yacht, no one could eat them. The winged knights of the later Turks have called. The later Turks have settled the hunting matter. There's no need for reinforcements from the Tang dynasty. The little robot's light flashed as it reported the situation of the telegram. Ha ha ha! Li Longji laughed. It seems like they're scared of you, brother Yi. What's so scary about me? I'm kind-hearted. Li Yi pursed his lips. If you say we'll send troops, we'll really send troops. Song Jing was quite helpless. He had no doubt that after the other party agreed, Li Yi began to mobilize the logistics and troops. It had nothing to do with the price. It was to suppress the later Turks and tell them, if you cause trouble, I'll destroy you. It was also to show the Khitan Shi tribe, Tubo, Bohai, and other places. He thought about it and said, those who offend the strong will be killed. I won't do something like hanging the heads of others as a warning. Li Yi shook his head and refused to admit it. Xiao He, do you know that when other people hear your name, they can stop children from crying at night? Lu Huaishan said with a smile. It means that my medical skills are good. I can treat children who cry at night. I copied so many medical books and sent them over. Li Yi found an excuse. It was not enough to scare children who cried at night. It would leave a psychological shadow. For example, if you cry again, I'll be careless. It was terrifying, especially the tone and expression of the adult when he spoke. How did it become? If you cry again, Li Yi will be careless. I don't eat people. I haven't eaten candy since I was young. Everyone chatted and laughed while looking at the goods. The medicinal herbs were carefully transported by the little girl. Some of the ginseng's whiskers fell off. Her heart ached. This ginseng is for slicing, not eating whole. If the whiskers are broken, so be it. Li Yi told the little girl that he would not keep the ginseng as a treasure. If others needed it, he would take it out for them to eat. This kind of ginseng was never eaten whole. Some people's noses would bleed after eating a 5-year-old ginseng. While they were talking, the train from Chang and arrived at the station. It stopped at the Li family Zhuangzi. There were freight carriages and passenger carriages. When the door of the passenger carriage opened, the train attendants got off first. There were 4 of them, and they turned to help the people behind. Who are they? They don't seem to need anyone's help. Su Yi saw 2 older people. Their bodies were strong and healthy, and their faces were rosy. Someone ran over to ask. He said a few words to them, bowed to the couple, a young man and a child, and ran back. Zai Fu, they are people from the Guan family. They are the family of the doctor who was captured by Tubo. They are back. The servant reported with a solemn expression. Guanlin? Ah, I know, there is a tunnel in that room. Li Yi knew who the 6 people were, and he thought of another thing. It was very simple. Chapter 2171. Songda asked them to wait, set up the ceremonial guards, and play some music. Li Yi remembered Ji Yijing's matter and hurriedly ordered Songda. Everyone hurried back to change their clothes. They didn't have time to shower, so they had to make do. Songda understood and ran over. Suddenly, he tripped and fell forward. He used the inertia to support himself and used his waist to flip over and continue running. It shouldn't be a problem to take the military exam next year. Li Yi recalled Songda's actions. Guan Lin's family was stopped by Songda. The people next to them brought over umbrellas, chairs, and small tables. The wontons were placed on a small table, and a large row of side dishes surrounded them. Hot towels that were wrung dry were applied to their faces, and toothpaste was applied to their toothbrushes. The 20 people who came with the 6 of them also received similar treatment. The 20 people helped to carry the things together. The others who didn't understand the situation were stunned. Who was it? Li family Zhuangzi treated them so well. Why didn't they let them in? Li Garden, Pyeongkong Square, and Sigong Square, who were rehearsing the military program in Zhuangzi, received the order. They changed their clothes and brought their musical instruments to the station. The imperial court officials who were working received the order and also went to find clothes to wear during the imperial court meeting. The other palace maids, eunuchs, and Chen Wei went to find the tools they relied on. The people who weren't working changed their clothes. A group of drones rose into the air. The cameras were ready, and the big screens were hung up. The Bohai tribesmen who were eating wontons turned their heads and wanted to know what was happening. Was it arranged for them? They didn't know how to be polite. No one taught them. What should they do later? There's no need for this. We came here to read the medical books. Guan Lin's father said as he wiped his tears. Songda asked them to wait and said that someone was coming to greet them. He knew who came to greet them. The palace maids and eunuchs were running around. The person beside him was Li family Zhuangzi's #1 steward. It was said that he wouldn't personally greet anyone below the 5th rank. Of course, of course. Songda had a respectful look on his face as he said sincerely. He knew how powerful the other party was. He had drugged the Tubo general and fought across the Yellow River tributary. Since the Tang dynasty chose to confront them despite their fierce firepower, they knew the price of charging first. That battle could be said to have decided the outcome. Strategically, it did not give the troops behind Tubo the slightest chance to catch their breath and regroup. The family of 6 chose to stay at the front line to help the soldiers. Some of the medicinal herbs that were transported back from the source of the Yellow River needed to be processed when they were harvested. They were the ones who instructed people to do it. It was because the Tang dynasty was once incompetent that they were captured. Their experiences were legendary. Pine Tree said to the 6 of them, "You can't eat, right? Steady yourself, take a deep breath, and then take small sips of the hot soup." The hot soup at this time. The cub coughed and looked at the pine tree with that kind of expression. Pine Tree. He suddenly remembered the other party's identity and took a step back. He had said too much. Thank you, little brother. That's exactly the case. The people around Li Dongzhu are indeed extraordinary. The old lady appreciated his kindness. The eunuch actually knew medicine. I'm showing off my slight skill in front of an expert. Pine Tree blushed. Doctors have their own strengths. Otherwise, other doctors won't be able to survive under Li Dongzhu. The old lady tried to smooth things over. Ignorant and incompetent, the cub seized the opportunity to attack Pine Tree. Ignorant and incompetent means that you don't learn useless knowledge, the little robot next to him said. How can you speak? Is that what ignorant and incompetent means? Guan Lin's youngest son discovered a new world. I can also sing. Ignorant and incompetent doesn't mean that. The little robot finally told the truth. It did not want to teach the child to be useless. How much can I buy you? The child wanted to have it. It's not based on money. I'm not for sale. However, I've memorized all the medical books. You live in Zhuangzi, and I'll memorize the medical books for you. The little robot came to the child's side and turned its head. Really? The meridian of the Han-Tien lung starts from the middle jiao, goes down to the large intestine, and follows the appetite, the child said. The upper diaphragm belongs to the liver and is horizontal to the armpit. The little robot continued. You really can. The child was happy. His brother, parents, and grandparents were also surprised. I can memorize, but I can't treat. I have to rely on you to treat patients. The little robot still told the truth. It's very good to be able to memorize. The child approved of the little robot. Dong Zhu copied the meridian flowing acupuncture classic. You saw it from so far away. I also have words and pictures. Look at my head. It can turn into a screen. An area on the little robot's head that originally looked normal turned into a screen. Sure enough, there were words and pictures. This was amazing. No one who studied medicine did not like it. Sure enough, it's not based on money. Guan Lin's wife, Zhen saw the value of the little robot. Eat wontons, the old man said. As soon as the little robot spoke, its mood became much more stable. They did not eat on the train, thinking about all kinds of situations after arriving. Everyone hurried to eat because they were hungry. The dried shredded tofu is stewed in soup. It's still hot and delicious when it's cold. That's donkey meat. It's used to make rujiamo. It's cold and has meat jelly. The cowpeas and pickles are made of meat skin. They're fried first and put soybeans inside. The fried hairtail is handled very cleanly. It's not bitter or fishy at all. There's little oil when it's fried, so it's not greasy. The thin strips are shredded potatoes. They're not raw, but they're crispy. Ordinary people can't eat them now. The pickles from Sichuan are fresh, sweet, and salty. They're the best to eat and can even be used as a snack. The spicy cabbage is exclusive to the leaf family Zhuangzi. If you want to eat it outside, only Heaven on Earth, Drunken Immortal House, and Wentian Orchid Pavilion can provide it. The cabbage is stuffed with shredded pear, shredded nago, shredded green radish. The little robot introduced so many side dishes at the side. It knew every one of them. Listening to it, it felt that every one of them was delicious. Its voice was so cute that people did not feel disgusted at all. This is delicious. What is it? The youngest child ate a cake wrapped in bean flour. It's a cake made of glutinous rice flour. You can't eat too much. The food you ate at the source of the Yellow River is different. Your gastrointestinal tract can't stand it. Take it away and eat it later. The little robot said as it ordered the palace maids and eunuchs. Ching Song moved the cake away. Oh. The little boy showed a regretful look. You can eat it in a few days. Eat this. It's made of glutinous rice. Eat a little. The taste is about the same. The little robot introduced another kind of wide dish made of glutinous rice. The other 20 people ate whatever they caught. They were the people of the 16th Guard. After returning, they naturally ate as much as they could. They were home. When they left, Her Majesty was still in Chang, and when they returned, Her Majesty was already in Luoyang. While they were eating, the others were ready. The band stood in place with the instruments. Li Yi put on the uniform of the standard, first rank again. He hadn't thought of an official position yet, but it didn't matter. He could just pick one. After all, it would be gone soon. Chapter 2172. Brisk music sounded, playing a welcome march. There was no Tang dynasty music as it was too cumbersome and Guan Lin's family was not prepared for it. The military band appeared first, following the rhythm. Wow! The people from Bohai exclaimed. They were all beautiful women. There were too many beauties in Great Tang, and any one of them was beautiful. The Qianyu guards also carried the ceremonial weapons and walked with a smile on their faces. Li Dan, noble consort Liu, Li Longji, and Empress Wang walked in the middle. Li Yi followed noble consort Liu. The red carpet was spread to the feet of Guan Lin's family. Behind them were 20 people from the 16th Guard. The people from Bohai understood that they were not here to welcome them. They looked at the people on the big screen. The retired emperor and the current emperor were there. Guan Lin's family waited, not knowing what to do. Seeing the procession approaching, the 4 adults began to cry. Seeing that the procession was only a dozen steps away, Guan Lin's father knelt down, followed by the others. Li Dan and the others quickened their pace. When they got close enough, they split up and helped Li Yi up. Li Yi helped the 2 children and lifted them up. Guan. Li Dan pulled the old man. Guan Shirtang, Your Majesty, I have changed my name. I am Guan Shirtang. My son is not Guan Lin, but Guan Jiging. My eldest grandson is Guan Zhong, and my second grandson is Guan Si. The old man introduced his family's new name. Obviously, he couldn't forget the past and wanted to start over. Good name, Guan Shirtang. Li Dan held his hand tightly. Noble consort Lu talked and laughed with Lady Guantang. We know all about the hardships your family suffered and the things you did there. Because of you, the Tang dynasty didn't sacrifice many good men. The 2 armies confronted each other, and whoever attacked first would be at a disadvantage. You don't care about the rewards. You can all be officials. Xiao Yi has medical books. You can exchange them with each other. Noble consort Lu would arrange the rewards. It was not good to mention it now. There are too many restrictions in the palace. Our family is afraid of trouble. Lady Guan Tang refused. She guessed that they should be imperial doctors. Where are the restrictions? Feng Qingdai in Zhuangzi is an external official of the Imperial Physician Bureau. She is a 3rd-rank official. You will be happy to be with her in the future. Noble consort Lu introduced the girl to the other party. She believed that the other party would like the girl. He was afraid that the other party would become depressed after interacting with the little lass a few more times. Just like the little lass's junior martial brother Guizong, he couldn't be taught by ordinary masters. In the beginning, he could teach knowledge. After teaching for a year and a half, he could only teach people how to be human. There's such an official position? Mrs. Guan was puzzled. She had never heard of it. Yes, there is. Look at Xiao Yi today. He is now the ambassador of the Tang dynasty, a 1st-class official. He will resign at lunchtime and return to his 2nd-class position. Noble consort Lu smiled and said, You can be any official you want. You can be whoever you want. Lady Guantang, is that so? She seemed to understand. She understood that Li Yi's position in the imperial court of the Tang dynasty was not restricted except for the emperor. After talking for a while, everyone began to walk back, holding each other's arms. Li Yi was on the left and the right. The older child was 13 years old this year, and the younger one was 7 years old. After the new year, he would be 1 year older. He glanced at Guan Jiging's wife. Mrs. Guan Luo raised his eyebrows and asked the boy next to him, Is Ling Xi going to give you a brother or sister again? Ah, the 2 children were surprised. They didn't know. Qingdai, Li Yi shouted. Master. The little lass jumped over from the side. Go to the Empress and talk. Li Yi ordered. The little lass blinked and looked over. Ah, there's a baby? I'll go now. After saying that, she jumped over and took Mrs. Guan Luo's hand on the other side. Godly. Dong Zhu, how can you tell? Guan Zhong couldn't tell. Ling Xi knows it herself, so she can tell by looking at her aura. Li Yi explained. Under normal circumstances, a pregnant woman would have a different expression on her face. The premise was that she knew that she was pregnant and was willing to give birth. The little girl put her finger on Madame Guanluo's inch ruler. She held her left hand, male left hand and female right hand, but it didn't matter. She had to change hands when taking the pulse. Mrs. Guanluo was slightly stunned, then smiled and asked, Qingdai, you can tell? For months. There are many medicinal herbs and ingredients in Zhuangzi. You can choose any of them. The little lass nodded. She knew that taking the pulse was to determine the month. As expected of the divine doctor's direct disciple, Mrs. Guan Luo praised and acknowledged at the same time. The little lass was 2 or 3 years older than her youngest son. She came over to take the pulse of the left hand. There was no pulse pillow, so she took a few breaths to determine the month. Ordinary people couldn't learn medicine without 20 to 30 years of foundation, such as herself. Empress Wang heard and asked happily, "Zhener is pregnant? Ask the little lass to check if it is a boy or a girl so that we can prepare some clothes in advance." "Can you accurately determine the boy or girl?" Mrs. Guan Luo was even more surprised. "Check with something else." The little lass shook her head. She couldn't tell from the pulse now unless it was a very special situation. It was too difficult to tell from the pulse. She had to wait until the baby grew bigger in the womb. The gender characteristics were obvious and reflected in the pulse, but it was difficult to determine. "Do you have other methods?" Mrs. Guan Luo was still curious. "After resting, take a look. It's simple as long as the baby is in the right position." The little lass continued to hold Mrs. Guan Luo's hand. "Zhener needs to recuperate well. Zhuangzi doesn't lack anything." Empress Wang was still confident, no matter how precious the medicinal herbs were. Zhuangzi had everything. As for whether or not to use medicine and how to use medicine, she believed that others would know. After a while, everyone temporarily separated and had lunch together at noon. Guan Jiging's family was arranged to take a bath. The little lass accompanied Mrs. Guan Luo and taught her and Mrs. Guan Tang how to use things. Li Guizong was in charge of the other side, so the family enjoyed special treatment. Li Guizong was depressed. He had brought 4 people with him. He had memorized some medical books, but he couldn't describe the specific application. The time he spent learning was too short, so he couldn't compare to his senior sister. He heard that his senior sister helped to concoct simple medicinal herbs when she was 2 or 3, and she helped to fill the prescription when she was 4. Other people needed to learn for a year, but his senior sister learned for half a month until now. He was too far behind, so how could he catch up? Would his senior sister stop and wait? The only thing he could be thankful for was that he had a lot of resources. When other people fell ill, the imperial physicians would take their pulse and he would help. His master also had an electronic pulse that simulated all kinds of pulse conditions. Different ages, gender, special diseases. It was too difficult to learn medicine by taking the pulse and asking about the illness. Currently, he hadn't come into contact with the learning system for infants. Children would cry if they couldn't tell where they were feeling uncomfortable. Take the pulse first, then use the instrument to compare and remember the situation. People who learned medicine elsewhere didn't have such treatment. "Don't ask, I really don't know how to do it." The little lass was chatting happily. She liked to listen to Mrs. Guan Tang and Mrs. Guan Luo talk about how to use poison. When using poison to treat illnesses, the two of them talked about some of the methods and dosage that were particularly bold. It felt like they weren't trying to save people, but to poison them to death. Chapter 2173. Lunch was delayed until 3:30 in the afternoon. Li Longji and the others ate 2 meals today. They ate dried fruits when they were hungry at noon. It was a good way to replenish their energy and prevent them from absorbing too much calories. The other officials were normal. Only Li Longji and a few others made special adjustments. In order to eat with Guan Jiging's family, they also adjusted their bodies. Guan Jiging's family had a good night's sleep, relieving the fatigue of the journey, mainly on the psychological side. They finally returned to the Tang dynasty. When they were in other places of the Tang dynasty, they were thinking about more medical books. When they arrived at Chang'an, they saw the prosperity of Chang'an and the train, which they had never seen before. They were nervous when they got off the train. What kind of person was Li Dongzhu? What did he think of their family? In the end, the 2 emperors and empresses of the Tang dynasty welcomed them with the civil and military officials. They bathed in different things and slept in different places. They had to rest for 4 more hours. For lunch, they ate hot pot with a lot of dishes. Since they couldn't finish it, they would share it with Tao Hong and the others. The dishes in front of Madame Guanluo were all edible for pregnant women. Her hot pot had chicken and pig bones as a clear soup base and crucian carp soup base. Madame Tang tasted every dish in front of her daughter-in-law, including tomatoes, pumpkins, sweet potatoes, beans, and other things that she had never seen before. After tasting, she nodded to show her approval. Sure enough, everything was edible. Her daughter-in-law ate a little of everything, which was good for both the mother and the child. Jiging's family felt the heritage of the Li family Zhuangzi. There were so many dishes that they had never seen before, but they tasted very good. Not bad. Zhuangzi was suitable for nourishing the fetus. It was better than other places. Zhuangzi has prepared a big courtyard for everyone. You can eat in the cafeteria. You can go to whichever one you like. We usually eat in the first cafeteria. Sometimes Xiaoyi will cook personally. Her stir-fry suits our taste. There are 3 buildings for all kinds of books. You can go in and read as you wish. Remember not to bring fire in. If you want to read it at night, take it out and register. It's best not to read it too late. It's harmful to the mind and eyes. Li Dan was the most senior here. He was the one who spoke, and his words were straightforward. It wasn't that he couldn't understand the language. People who studied medicine had a good foundation in literature. Jiging's family was overjoyed. They had never dreamed of such a life. He didn't do anything at home. He just poisoned someone when he was treating them. That's how it should be. Would he really treat his enemy well? The key was that they had just escaped from the front line, and the army of the Tang dynasty was right behind them. He could take a gamble. Madame Guan looked at the little girl and said, "I like this child, Qingdai. She has some tricks up her sleeves. I wonder if, teach me. I can even take you as my master." Li Yi was generous, who said that one could only take one master. He knew that the other party was from a minority ethnic group in the southwest and was very good at using poison. She said that she brought her daughter-in-law to eat opium. After getting addicted to it, she quit her normal life. This meant that he was already addicted to the drugs he came into contact with under normal circumstances. He had gotten used to it, and his willpower had been honed. Li Yi had heard of a special kind of people who took drugs. The purpose of taking drugs was not to enjoy the process of taking drugs. After they were done with drugs, they quit. They didn't need to use any drugs. They just gave up and experienced what it felt like. How satisfying! The double physical and psychological torture was a wonderful experience for them. The drugs were right next to them. If they didn't take them, they could do it again after they quit. Madame Guan hurriedly waved her hand and said, "You can't be my master. It's good that Qingdai is willing to learn." "Learn. Then I will also poison the enemy." The little girl felt that the other party was very good at using poison. It was much more vicious than her family sometimes. Save people, not poison people. Li Yi emphasized, "Poison people. As your master, I have a way to teach you. Poison a large area and kill thousands of people." "Godly. Dongzhu, do you have that kind of poison?" Madame Guan was interested. What kind of poison was so powerful? "Yes, let's talk about it later." Li Yi did have it, but he couldn't use it. It was against the harmony of heaven. In his opinion, the people of Tubo, later Turkic, Khitan, Bohai, and other places would all be the people of the Tang dynasty in the future. Why would he kill so many people? Li Dongzhu is really a genius doctor. Old man Guan Shirtang felt that he had found the right person. There is no such thing as a genius doctor. I just tried my best. Li Yi shook his head. He knew that he was far from being a genius doctor. Everyone, eat sweet potato slices. Cut them thickly. Otherwise, they will be cooked quickly. You can't eat too much. Princess Yongmu introduced the sweet potatoes. She could see that Li Lang was helpless when he talked about medicine. Doctors were originally heaven-defying. There were times when a person's strength was limited. Everyone followed the instructions and put the sweet potato slices into the pot. Then they took the vegetables. Dr. Li, oh Dongzhu, are they all vegetables in the greenhouse? The young man Guanzhong was not a child from Bohai. He thought that there were fresh cucumbers and eggplants in Luoyang. Not cabbage, not aged vinegar peel, not sweet potatoes, not pumpkins, and not others. There are many varieties of pumpkins. Only rich families can store them for food. There are 6 people in your family. You can't finish them in a few days. The more you eat, the less you want to eat. So you should mainly sell them. Li Yi was very patient. He explained to the young man that there were different varieties of pumpkins. Each pumpkin weighed 20 to 30 caddies. Their own family could keep them for a long time. Once they were cut, the shelf life would decrease. Those who sold these pumpkins cut them into pieces. Others would buy them to eat at home. Can't you sell the seeds to others? Guanzhong thought of the common people. As you wish. When there are more seeds, pumpkins can be grown in all the places in the Tang dynasty. Li Longji's words made him admire Guanlin more. Guan Jiging's family was not the only one. Guan Jiging's education was good. He was able to treat people's hearts and also had the ambition to treat the country. When Li Longji was in a good mood, even Tubo's doctor couldn't make his family submit, let alone people like Brother Yi. Even if Brother Yi didn't go to Chang, and he would definitely take care of you in other places. Then he would come back to me, your elder brother? Father-in-law. Li Longji was conflicted because of the relationship between the 2 parties, but he was happy to eat hot pot. Anyway, Brother Yi couldn't run away. Everyone ate until the sky turned dark. Guan Luo didn't eat much. She controlled herself. She had 2 children, so she knew what to do. She was in a good mood. If she ate well, the children in her belly would also eat well. Even in the current season, there were many edible fruits. There were few fresh fruits in season, but there were canned fruits. After eating, everyone went back to rest. Guan Jiging's family entered the courtyard. There were eunuchs and palace maids teaching them the use of various things. Now, Li family Zhuangzi had turned on the heater. They allowed small windows to ventilate, but not big windows to adjust the temperature. If you think it's too hot, you can turn down the valve to save coal for Zhuangzi. The family couldn't sleep. They slept from morning to 3 in the afternoon. Even Guan Luo wasn't sleepy. She was eating fruits. Li family Zhuangzi is so good that it makes people scared. Guan Tang expressed his opinion. Father, are we leaving? Guan Jiging asked with a reluctant expression. Why should we leave? Where should we go? Are we afraid of other people's wealth? Aren't we more afraid of our enemies? Guan Tang thought differently. How much baggage and weapons did Li family Zhuangzi send out? How much were those things worth? And they didn't allow Li Yi to enjoy the money he earned. His Majesty's family was here, including the other princes. It was equivalent to saving the palace's expenses and treating Li family Zhuangzi as the palace's inner court. Chapter 2174. Guan Jiging looked at his mother and nodded. Yes, his mother was right. Who was in charge of this family? Obviously, it was his mother. At the crucial moment in Tubo, his mother thought of cooking alone and poisoning others to protect her family. Living well in Zhuangzi, all 3 buildings are filled with books. The biggest temple's Sutra Pavilion can't be compared. Guan Tang sure continued. She looked at her 2 grandsons and daughter-in-law's belly. The future of the children depended on the Li family Zhuangzi. Dr. Li was rich, but he didn't earn money from treating patients. But he also paid for herbs. As a doctor, why can't he live a good life? Was Dr. Li unkind? Don't go, Sister Qing Dai is good. Guan Si spoke from his heart. He liked to be with his sister. When she smiled, he was happy too. Dr. Li is a good person. He never calculates people. Guanzhong also expressed his opinion. He couldn't not express his opinion. His grandfather wanted to leave. In Zhuangzi, he lived well, ate well, and read a lot of books. That's true. Guan Tang admitted that he thought too much. Li Yi, who was evaluated by Guanzhong as never calculates people, didn't rest at this time. He released a small device. Ji Yijing ran to the temple. There was a tunnel to other places. His infrared thermal imaging couldn't be used, neither could the radar, but he could listen. He sent this small device out. The next time Ji Yijing wanted to run away, he would listen along the way. Z, are you coming back? Li Yi video called Guazi after he finished releasing the things. Yes, Ron wants to go back tomorrow morning with the road construction method given by Ji Yijing. We are very tired these 2 days. Guazi explained the situation. Ron wanted to go back to Zhuangzi to find Princess True Jade. He was also annoyed. Why are you tired? Didn't you experience it when you were playing games? Is this a problem? Li Yi didn't understand. When you were in special training, were you as relaxed as you are now? At that time, I was so tired that I cried. That kind of intensity again, I can do it. I have nurses, I have more equipment. Tired, right? Who gave me a surprise? Very good. When everyone gathered together, the nurses also needed to train. Li Yi's mood inexplicably became better. The facilities in his hospital could not be compared to an ordinary tertiary grade A hospital. Some of the 3,000 wing knights in the first batch didn't leave a deep impression on him. After that, he didn't have a chance to play with the rest, including the 16 guards and the unconvinced mercenaries. Since everyone had nothing to do, they weren't afraid of losing their lifespan in exchange for emergency medicine. We're playing with a sandbox. Without a sandbox, someone has to be in charge of organizing the things in the middle. There are always problems. According to Guazi, his situation was similar to playing a scenario kill, but there was a difference. The sandbox of war was beyond the scenario kill. Sometimes the referee could not make a decision. It was different from playing in Zhuangzi, where there was a referee team in Zhuangzi. Okay, come back. I have a lot of nurses here. You can play again. It's safer. Li Yi ended the video call. The surrounding 5 people looked at Guazi with unfriendly gazes. What? How dare you hit me? Let's see if I can take care of you with one hand. Child's play. Guazi looked around. Yes, I accidentally touched something, but you dare to fight with me? I can easily take care of the 5 of you alone. No, I'm just happy. I want to experience it again. At the same time, I want to let my brothers know that we didn't play well. Some people wanted to cry. They had already endured it, and they had to go through it again. This game was not about drawing a line. Everyone had the same starting point. The stronger you were, the more difficult it was. Even if you became immortal after the training, Li Dongzhu would drag you back to hell. Do I have to experience the feeling of wanting to die again? How can this be? You want to play? Those who weren't played by Li Yi were conflicted. They were a little scared, but more than that, they were excited. I don't believe it's that hard. Brother, cherish it. Before you play, eat whatever you want. Zhuangzi will provide it. Whether it's eating now or eating during the game, it will become a beautiful memory for you. Remember what I said. The best days are always yesterday. Remember, don't give up. Those who had played before were wiping their tears. They didn't want to experience it again. The person who asked the question trembled. No, can I not play? Not play? Go home. You can go home whenever you want to play. Go back? I can't go back, right? I won't be eliminated even if I die. Listen to me. Before we play, there will be a test. During the test, try to hide your weakness or do a lot of physical exercise between tests, including not sleeping. During the test, the data obtained will show your physical condition. After that, it will be relatively easy. Some people were smart and knew the procedure. If your body wasn't good, you can't do a lot of exercise. And then you can have a smooth journey? The person who didn't participate continued to ask. If you think too much, you can hide for a day. The next day, when the data is adjusted, your condition will be known. Half a month. I want to be sent out. Don't talk about it. Many times, you will be scared awake in the middle of the night. I heard that there are people who took the imperial exam. They have been in it for 20 years, but they still dream of taking the imperial exam. So, the script killing is actually designed for people who are not outstanding enough. The real script killing is a sandbox war. Li also had his own thoughts. He regretted it. He shouldn't have created a script killing. But it was different from other people's scripts. Those people's scripts were mostly suspense. The people who wrote the scripts didn't dare to write too big. Maybe they didn't have the ability, or maybe they didn't think it had market value. He thought that writing a big strategic script killing was more enjoyable. Everyone could play a sandbox war together. Not only war strategy, but also official strategy, business strategy, and so on were more advanced. It probably wouldn't attract many people, because people who could reach this level would play a script killing with you. They would kill in real life. I have to train the nurses. There are so many of them. Let's do theoretical training first. Then we will take in more patients. After that, some of them will go for advanced studies, and some of them will be resident doctors. They will experience the state of being able to wake up and sleep at any time. After they are trained, we will start the game. I have to keep an eye on them. Sai, this is a double-edged sword. Call the little girl and Guizong. They can't do too much. They are still growing. Li began to plan. The nurses shouldn't be too idle and should experience it. Some of the 16 guards and winged knights had never experienced battle, including recruitment. Their combat strength was not as good as Zhuangzi's guards. Most of Zhuangzi's guards were provocateurs. They were used to fighting with their lives and exchanging injuries for lives. The best battle for the winged knights was to invite others to battle. In order to be flexible, they didn't wear armor. They rode horses and shot at the enemy. Whoever was wearing armor would lose in terms of aura, and they would not be able to move freely. It was like fighting with bayonets. The rabbit army was never afraid of bayonets. That was why the later people were so hot-blooded and didn't fear war. You're back so soon? I caught you. You should be in Tongqing. You really don't understand your opponent. Li lay on the bed and thought. Suddenly, he received a message. The detector he sent out later collected information about the underground vibration. Along the way to the side room of Chongjua Temple, a little vibration could be detected. Chapter 2175. The moon in the sky was still very small and it rose late. The most obvious influence was the tides of the sea. Although it could not be seen, the effect of gravity was still there. Li could not control the moon. As long as he found the person behind the scenes, the rest would be easy. Li mumbled to himself as he looked at the screen. He wanted to see if the lights in that room were on. The sound was transmitted. The monk was not chanting the Diamond Sutra. There's movement. Why did you come out, Gee? It's useless, even if you dig a good tunnel. Once you're targeted, they won't let you go. What was this temple again? My performance was so outstanding when I was preaching and discussing Tao. How dare you play tricks on me? Do you really think the technology is fake? Li could not understand. Even now, you're still so stubborn. What's the difference between you and the local officials who still committed crimes when the party was investigating them? On the screen, G.E. was coming out of the house. She carried a lantern and left the temple through the side door. She walked towards Luoyang. At this time, there was no need for hummingbird drones to follow her. The fixed-wing aircraft circling in the sky was enough. Less than 3 minutes after she left, a horse carriage came from behind. It was carrying goods. He waved his hand and the carriage slowed down. He said a few words and the carriage smiled and nodded. He sat next to the carriage shaft, to the driver's right. He pulled out an exchange voucher from his sleeve. The camera zoomed in. The denomination was 5 jiao. The driver happily took it and put it in his pocket. Too stingy. Stingy. It's 6 to 7 li from here to the city, and you're only giving me 5 jiao? Your clothes are worth 100 jiao. Li looked at him with disdain. The driver actually agreed. He laughed, then shook his head. Nowadays, exchange vouchers are worth a lot. Food and salt are cheap. Hunan province's rice is 2 jiao for a bushel. If Medora walked this way, she could eat grain bought for 5 jiao and have some left over. Li Yi thought of the bus. 1 jiao could take several stops. It was expensive. At that time, his family's income was low. At that time, there were food stamps, provincial food stamps, and national food stamps. It was good enough to earn 30 jiao a month. A bus ride cost at least 10 jiao. When the average monthly income was more than 3 jiao, wouldn't it be 10 jiao? What are you doing at night? On the screen, G.E. was holding up a lantern to illuminate the horse while chatting. Stewed charcoal. Give it to the stall owner. Now that the roads are safe, there's no need to worry about driving at night. He looked at Ji Yijing's clothes. He didn't know how much it cost, but it couldn't be cheap. Yes. Otherwise, how would I dare to walk alone at night? Ji Yijing said, Your Majesty is gracious. Li Dongzhu is virtuous. How did he know that coal was good to use? You can also braise charcoal. The villagers dug, washed, and stewed the coal together. It did not take much time. The price of grain was low, so they could make up for it with this. The money you earned in one winter is more than what you earned in a year. You have chickens at home? Do you have chickens at home? The coachman talked about his village and asked Ji Yijing. I raised a few. Ji Yijing seemed to have been absent-minded. You look like you're from a rich family, but you must be burning charcoal in winter. The driver continued to look at Ji Yijing's clothes. He wanted to evaluate the price. Don't burn it? Ji Yijing shook her head. There's a stove. Burning charcoal is easy to get poisoned. That's right. Your clothes are worth 1 coin? I'm just asking. I'm not robbing you. Don't worry. The coachman couldn't estimate the price, so he could only ask. It's old goods from the pawn shop. 70 coins, but it's to make it look decent. Ji Yijing didn't dare to say that she had a set of 100 coins. Who knows if the other party would be excited and try to rob her? It's not expensive. I made a new set of clothes that cost 20 coins. I can't wear it when I'm working. The coachman talked about his new clothes, as if to prove to Ji Yijing that the difference between them wasn't that big. Ji Yijing nodded. When I'm working, I also wear linen clothes. Scholars also need to work? Yes, Li Dongzhu will personally dig the manure. The coachman expressed his understanding. No such thing. Li Yi said to the screen. I can dig, but why should I? Of course, if you shake my hand while digging, I'll agree. If you accidentally fall from the manure pit, I won't care if I jump in to save you. But I won't dig. The coachman and Ji Yijing were chatting when they arrived at the city gate. Ji Yijing thanked them and jumped down to enter the city. The city gate was wide open, just like Chang'an. There were guards on both sides. They entered from the west gate and ran to the bus stop to wait for the bus. The road was also paved with wooden tracks. At this time, there were many horse-drawn buses. Luoyang's nightlife was rich. When a bus came, he said that he was going to Xuanshan Square. The other party charged him 20 coins. A little more than 15 minutes later, the bus arrived. Ji Yijing got off the bus and entered the fragrant sauce pavilion. When he entered, he licked the corner of his mouth. Li Yi looked and also wanted to lick the corner of his mouth. He was eating snacks. Suddenly, he was stunned. He adjusted the screen and looked at the corner of Ji Yijing's mouth. Previously, there was a faint, dark brown color at the corner of Ji Yijing's mouth. When he looked back, after licking, the color disappeared. Xuanshan Square, fragrant sauce pavilion. This is interesting. I don't want to kill people. Li Yi muttered and stopped looking. The drone rotated to the sky and stared at the fragrant sauce pavilion. After midnight, Guazi and the others packed up the things and put them on the carriage. They carried them through the difficult place and hurried back. Ron was in front. He couldn't find a car, so he could only ride his own bicycle. The kerosene lamp hung on the handlebars to illuminate the road. The bicycle was 1,000 carts and the kerosene lamp was 100 carts. It was equivalent to a year's income in a remote county or even more. The key was that the bicycle he rode had a transmission. There were 2 flywheels in front and 4 small flywheels in the back. This was a new product in Zhuangzi. It was ridden by the villagers and couldn't be sold outside. It was useful when going uphill and could test the toughness and brittleness of the steel. A chain. When he was young, Li Yi used this kind of chain to make guns for fun. The lethality depended on what was put inside. The people working at the construction site all looked sideways. This was why Ron didn't want to ride his bicycle. It attracted too much attention. Some people would understand that it wasn't easy to be Princess True Jade's male companion. In addition to looks, he must have enough talent. Some people spurned him and said behind his back that he relied on women to gain benefits. Today he couldn't care less. He had a good way to repair the road. The yellow stone was good for water. The local name was La Stone. He didn't know that its scientific name was weathered stone. He also didn't know that this stone was best used with potassium feldspar. Some of the people working had envy in their eyes. They couldn't buy a bicycle with the money they earned in their lifetime. They estimated that with the current price of a bicycle, 1,000 carts, how much money could they make in a day? They didn't consider the development of technology. Now a bicycle was 1,000 carts. When the basic industry reached a certain level, 10 carts would be enough, or even 5 or 1 cart. Just like Li Yi's bicycle, there were expensive and cheap ones. He could ride one that cost more than 200 yuan. He could go to the repair shop and buy a second-hand one. 30, don't go. 20, it can't be lower. If it's lower, I'll sell it to scrap iron. Chapter 2176. Ding-ling ding-ling. 2 carriages, pulled by military horses, walked on the road. The horses seemed very excited. This excitement had nothing to do with the coolness of the night. Horses wouldn't get fat without night grass. Before returning, they ate grass, grains, and 2 extra handfuls of pepper and a piece of fructose. The 2 of them probably felt that it was the new year. The reunion dinner was too delicious. If we need to kill people, I want to do it myself. The people who joined the Wing Knights later on were eating canned meat. The bamboo can braised pork was filled with lean meat to supplement protein. The other Wing Knights also ate. Some ate chestnut chicken, some ate horse meat, and some ate rabbit and beef. Li Dongzhu usually doesn't kill people unless the other party kills them. At most, they'll practice scheming, and then they'll set up cannons and mine. For example, Li Dongzhu didn't kill corrupt officials. After all, they're all scholars. Another person said that scholars had yet to be killed. But why do I feel that the officials of Lantian County are living a life worse than death? They want to die, but don't dare to. If they die, their families will be implicated. I think they should be given another chance to be officials. I guarantee that they'll do well. They're in Luoyang. They're here to make a report. The rest of the time they're repairing the road. Everyone else is watching. Li Dongzhu is really ruthless. Stop talking. Let's go back and wait to play games. Let's change the topic. Ron's riding speed isn't fast. The road isn't good enough. It's bumpy and it's cold at night. It's easy to get sick if you sweat. It's written in the 3 medical books used for the imperial examination. We've already finished reading those 3 books, and we're still looking at simple surgical operations. We're just short of memorizing the Analects of Confucius, right? You want to take the imperial examination next year? Can you write poems? I'll practice. It doesn't matter what I practice. If it doesn't work, I'll ask Dongzhu to give me a question. Why don't you just ask Dongzhu to set the question? That works too. What do we do after passing the exam? Continue to be Wing Knights. What else can we do? Forget it. I'll learn useful knowledge. I don't need to use the Analects of Confucius. If I have the time, I might as well learn a foreign language. We'll be local officials in the future, right? Learn more. When the time comes, if you don't know, you can ask Li Dongzhu. You can also ask the villagers who work in the area. Are you cold? There's soup in front. I'm not cold. Let's go. Don't stop. The carriage pulled everyone past a place where they could eat. There was always hot food here. People who were sweating from work came here to drink hot soup and wipe their sweat with a wet towel. They worked hard and paid particular attention to efficiency. It wasn't like Li Yi's time, where people used barrels of paint to fill stones and then pass them around, one after the other. From one end to the other, the pail was half filled with pebbles. This half bucket of pebbles had passed through at least 90 people's hands before it reached a distance of 50 meters. It took 3 minutes, or fill the bag with sand. After filling half the bag with sand, the man picked it up and walked a step and a half before collapsing to the side. The commoners of Great Tang didn't do such a thing. Every time they changed shifts, they would exhaust themselves to the point of exhaustion. Then they would eat with all their might and fall asleep after eating. The road was different every day. There was a small hill in front of them. 3 days later, it was not that the road on the hill was repaired, but that the hill was gone. At dawn, the carriage entered the main road and arrived at Zhuangzi in half an hour. Tell Dongzhu to give more protein, Guizi said. He now knew that the best thing to eat when working was not fatty meat, but lean meat and eggs. Fatty meat only tasted good and tasted fragrant. Ron also arrived at the place by bicycle. He could not ride fast, the road was not good, and he was afraid of sweating too much and getting sick. After entering Zhuangzi, he changed gears back and forth, going up the big slope with a small flywheel in front and a big flywheel behind. Going up the small slope, he had a small flywheel in front and a second gear flywheel behind. Zichong, come down quickly and take a bath first. Are you tired from the journey? Princess Yuzhin received the news and ran out of the courtyard to greet Ron. Ron had made a lot of progress recently. Both Imperial Brother and Li Yi said he was good. At least there are bicycles to use. It's hard for others to push carts and carry stones. Ron waved his hand and said that it was not easy for road builders. He was going to be an official, and his thoughts were different. He did not want to mention Li Yi, but he took Li Yi as an example. He was not blind, and his heart was not blind. He knew what Li Yi did. The Li family Zhuangzi farmers worked hard for the sake of the people of the Tang dynasty. When he was in Zhuangzi, he was naturally affected. Male companions were not male pets, and male pets were not qualified to be recommended. Who would dare to introduce male pets to Li Longji? Not when Li Yi was not around. Zichong, what do you want to eat for breakfast? The more Princess Yuzhin looked at Ron, the more satisfied she was. Roast duck. Ron was not hypocritical. He just wanted to eat. 2 days ago, Ji Yijing brought him roast duck. He was not comfortable eating it, so he ate it as roast chicken and tore it open. Roast duck is good. Princess Yuzhin agreed. A little eunuch next to her jumped out to find roast duck. Fortunately, this was not difficult. The Li family Zhuangzi always had normal things. Ron went in to take a bath and took a shower. He could not take a bath, because he still had to take a bath tonight. After taking a bath, he would receive a massage and scrub service. The rice vermicelli of this indica, rice, is really good. During breakfast, Li Longji ate rice vermicelli. The rice vermicelli shop was built. After a few days, the people did not need to cook indica rice anymore. The people who grew indica rice took it to the workshop, deducted 20% of the loss, and exchanged it for rice vermicelli. The shelled indica rice had an additional 15% loss, which meant that 10 buckets of shelled indica rice could be exchanged for 7.5 buckets of rice vermicelli. However, the shelled rice was given to them and they collected processing fees. They took it to raise poultry and livestock or did other things. After deducting labor and equipment costs, there is only a 2% profit. The shelled rice has an additional 1% profit. Baigu calculated as he ate. After deducting the shelled rice, the net profit was 3%. After including the tax, it was more than 3%. Baigu looked at Li Yi while speaking. Li Yi was not eating rice vermicelli. He was eating dumplings. The leftover steamed dumplings from the cafeteria yesterday were fried in the morning. When eating, one had to be careful not to break one's mouth. Steamed dumplings had little water to begin with. After being fried overnight, they were harder and more oily, which made them more fragrant. Xiao, don't you think the profit is too low? The Ministry of Revenue's transactions have to be taxed. Bai Gu took the initiative to ask Li Yi when he saw that Li Yi was silent. Where's your conscience? How many days does the input-output cycle take? Is that how 3% is calculated? If it's once a day, the profit is 3% and the cycle repeats. How can it be calculated according to the operating ratio and not the annual profit to deduct tax? On a monthly basis, the annual profit is more than 40%. Li Yi was not an idiot. He could see through the operation mode of the Ministry of Revenue at a glance. On a monthly basis, 3% and then compound interest? More than 40% in 12 months. This was still the monthly tax. If it was changed to the annual tax, the profit would be more than 98%. Do you know what I used to do? The things you learned were all written by me. Are you sure you are ready? Join the group? Chapter 2177. Let's eat. Bai Gu lowered his head and ate. He always wanted to find an opportunity to challenge his academic position in economics and accounting. There was no point in challenging others, but he would always lose to Xiao Yi. The tricks that he had thought of with great difficulty instantly lost their outer layer in front of Xiao Yi, directly pointing to the most fundamental. This kind of account felt quite complicated to calculate. But why was Xiao Yi so relaxed without a pen and paper? Where's Xian Xian? Li Dan thought of her daughter, replying to the retired emperor, "She's eating roast duck with Ron." Gao Lisher knew the situation. Duck meat is cold in nature. It's not good to eat it early in the morning. Li Dan also understood this. There's ginseng duck soup, it's freshly made. Gao Lisher replied, Shuangzi's roast duck is good. Li Longji knew the situation and guessed why Ron wanted to eat roast duck. Ron ate the roast duck from the fragrant sauce pavilion a few days ago. The taste and texture were not as good as Zhuangzi's. He also knew the method that Ron gave to build roads with good permeability stones, but he didn't say it. Where's Z? Li Yi thought of someone. Ron was back. Where did Guazi go? Here. Guazi's 10 people were eating roast duck in the corner. They saw Ron eating roast duck and also slandered. They were back home. They quickly asked for it. You guys can't be seen? Why are you hiding so far? There are guards around. Li Yi also understood when he saw Guazi and the others eating. Why are you guys so stubborn about roast duck? Is the supplies I gave you not good enough? Isn't the spiced beef better? Dongzhu, you said you were going to take us to play games that... The person who joined later asked. Ah, what's the matter? Ah, I forgot, thank you. Yes, don't worry, arrange it, write it down, don't forget again. Li Yi was stunned at first, then he smiled and nodded. The 9 people beside him, including Guazi, looked at this brother together. You're really a brother. No, that Dongzhu, can you still forget? This person felt the coldness of winter. No, don't worry, I'll get someone to remind me. Li Yi patted his chest. I won't make a mistake this time. Gao Lisher took care of things on the other side before turning back. Princess, True Jade sent a message. Speak. Li Longji was not in a good mood. He wanted his sisters to live happily. Brother Yi clearly knew the situation, but he helped to stabilize it time and time again. Why did some people think that it was a weakness and could be attacked at will? Was he thinking too highly of himself, or was he overestimating himself? If the 2 sisters were outside, you might have a chance of succeeding. The 2 of them are living in Zhuangzi. Do you think that the Li family's Zhuangzi is an existence that can be penetrated by wind and rain? Ron has other plans for the road construction. Luoyang has many rainy seasons, and water may gather on the roads. Yellow sand covers the earth, penetrating and continuing for years. Gao Lisher answered according to the original words, and the other party wrote a limerick. Good. What a good plan. Treat it as a heavy reward. Li Longji was delighted. He had been waiting for this moment since a long time ago. No matter what plan Ron came up with, he would support it. There was no need to be afraid of making a mistake. If there was a mistake, brother, you would settle it. As for the limerick, no one cared. It is indeed a good plan. Together with the bamboo bridge from before and the potash feldspar, there's no need to worry about transporting 10,000 caddies of goods. Li followed up. No matter whether Ron's plan was useful or not, he would guarantee that it would be useful. The credit would go to Ron. Ron was a tool in the middle, and the two sides were playing a game. Ron was quite pitiful. He had been working hard, studying and doing things to prove himself. He did not have a bad heart. He was a gigolo, not a spy. He had not done anything bad. He was just not lucky enough. In fact, he just wanted to be an official and lead the people to a good life. He wanted to prove that he also had parents. He wanted to glorify his ancestors through his own efforts. He could only choose to accept the problem of his background. It used to be like this, but now it was open. Anyone could take the imperial exam, so he was prepared to take it next year. Go back and teach him about political and economic problems. It is not because of Princess True Jade. Li Yi gradually understood Ron and found that this person was not bad. When the road was being repaired, he would wander around and watch, occasionally lending a hand. When the soil was being lifted, there were 4 people. The slope was inclined, and the left side was more difficult. He would help on the left side. When the things were lifted up, he would look at the road just now. Why was the left side so stressed? He would find a craftsman to solve it. Okay, Li Longji agreed. Ron, who was eating roast duck, did not know. In any case, he was quite happy that someone was helping him with ideas. As for the schemes behind the scenes, how would he know? To be honest, he did not learn the Analects of Confucius well. A good Analects of Confucius would not have such a low EQ. Before Confucianism was formed, it was Confucianism, and the representative of Confucianism was Confucius. He was a real politician, and his methods were good. If one wanted to make an analogy, the person who was much worse than him was Zaiji, a famous writer. When legalism fell in the Qin dynasty, Confucianism rose, and Confucianism gradually stepped onto the stage. When Qin fell and the Republic of China was formed, they borrowed external forces to revive the country. There was nothing wrong with borrowing external forces. Some people borrowed the power of the Japanese Empire and were attacked and killed. Some borrowed the power of North America to revive capitalism, and some borrowed the power of Sioux to promote communism. Winners were kings and losers were bandits, who had not betrayed their country before. Ron was still too naive and did not know some things. He ate the roast duck roll. Why is this onion sweet? He tasted it. The shredded onion was sweet when roast duck was roasted. Buried deep without sprouting, not planning for next spring, so it's sweet. Princess True Jade knew this. This kind of onion was not to be planted, so it was cultivated and dug out in advance. It was sweet when eaten, and for the sake of next spring's onion, eating it now was spicy. So to determine what kind of onion it was, one could tell by its spiciness. When it came to onion, it meant people. The joy of fish and water, sweet or spicy, each had their own desires. Not long after, there was feedback from the other side. The new road construction method was too good, and they wanted to be promoted. Li Yi and Li Longji knew the situation. They could not do anything to Princess True Jade, so they followed it. Li Lang, are you worried? Princess Yongmu did not know the situation, but she could see it. Bai Gu and the others also understood, but it was not convenient to ask. Come over tonight, I'll tell you. Li Yi decided to let Princess Yongmu know. Are you looking for Xiaolan? Princess Yongmu blushed. Come on, actually. Sai, there's nothing wrong with it. Li Yi wanted to explain, but he found that the more he explained, the more difficult it was to explain. Just like in the movies, he avoided the idiotic behavior of letting the female lead be caught by the enemy because of insufficient defense. But he could not avoid the female lead's needs in other aspects. Life was like a play. It was not easy to act. Eat less for lunch. Let's eat barbecue skewers tonight. Princess Youngmu was happy. I think so too. It's delicious. I'll make a sauce for it. This kind of skewers is the sauce. What else could Li Yi say? He agreed. Anyway, watching the surveillance at night, Princess Youngmu and Xiaolan would understand. They watched it while eating, just like watching a movie. Popcorn was also available. Brothers and sisters who have the ability to subscribe to Qijian. Thank you. The farmer bowed. Chapter 2178. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Photos appeared on the screen. Li Yi's voice sounded. Surname Ji, name Yijing, courtesy name Xuanji, from Zhengzhou Xingzi County, Hunan Province, born in the first month of the first lunar year. Taking part in next year's imperial examinations as a tribute. After the introduction, the screen changed to a live broadcast. Ji Yijing was full of energy. At night, he ran to Shaluo village to hold a bonfire party with other students, drinking, reciting poetry, and dancing. The women who played with him were not from Sigong Square. The women from Sigong Square were practicing military songs and dances with other people in the family Zhuangzi. Sigong Square was closed, no, not completely closed. There were men inside receiving customers. All of them were beautiful, like young stars. They received both men and women, but there were not many of them. 5 fixed-wing drones hovered in the sky with another drone relay. Bad guy. Princess Youngmu held a fried meat skewer. Not just bad. He came in contact with Ran and built a bamboo bridge. Li Yi told the two of them about Ji Yijing's ideas to Ran and some key conversations. Behead. Princess Youngmu heard and said 2 words. The whole family. Xiaolan added. Princess Yujin was His Majesty's sister from the same father and mother. His mother was killed. Could it be that His Majesty couldn't even protect his sister? I don't think I can practice. Li Yi was regretful. What a good person to practice with. Looking at the severity of the situation, it was likely that the whole family would be exterminated. Practice, use poison, observe his reaction, and collect information. Princess Youngmu gritted her teeth and said, Li Yi, do you want to use the plague? You want me to be, wait for the data. There's no need to test it on people. Li Yi refused. He did have the data. Let the nurses practice. Xiaolan suggested. Nurses were prone to mistakes. Looks like he doesn't have much money. He never changed his clothes. The person behind him is more important. Li Yi noticed that Ji Yijing was wearing the same clothes. It's actually Su embroidery. Princess Youngmu listened to Li Yi's words and carefully looked at Ji Yijing's clothes. Xiaolan curled her lips. No wonder I have to go to Heavenly World to play. It's in the open space of Shaluo village. There's no money. She looked down on clothes that cost 100 yuan. She had them, but she didn't wear them. Instead, she admired the design. The clothes she usually wore were made by Zhuangzi. They were cheap and the production cost was low, but the selling price was not cheap. Some clothes were much more expensive than Su embroidery and Shu brocade, but she knew that Su embroidery and Shu brocade were the best. When Tianlan Xiang Pavilion does not provide entertainment for men, the mountain behind Heavenly Earth can be chosen. The hot spring in the drunken immortal residence was also fine. Men and women could soak in it together, and they even provided food. But Earthly Paradise must have a membership card on the 3rd floor, 1,000 yuan. The drunken immortal tavern didn't require a membership card, but it was expensive. The hot spring houses in Xiaolunan village were relatively cheap. The water that flowed down from the mountains cost a few coins. They even provided a portion of barbecued meat. Therefore, Ji Yijing and the others didn't go to the mountains to eat because they didn't have enough money. Princess Youngmu placed the skewer in front of Li Yi's mouth. What about Ron? Go back and teach him. Don't be silly all day. It's useless to always study poetry. It's just entertainment. It's not worth wasting energy on. Li Yi planned to train Ron. He could keep an eye on him, so he was relieved. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan looked at Li Yi together. You said that others shouldn't study poetry, but why did you? What are you looking at me for? I spend most of my time on business and medicine. Poetry is just a small matter. Li Yi said with a slight blush. Fortunately, the light in the room was red, so it couldn't be seen. I can only read the translation's lips. I can't hear the singing. Princess Yongmu chose to believe in her own Li Lang and said that it was a live broadcast. There are few scenes. Otherwise, we can find other people to look at the music on the screen and simulate it. Li Yi believed in the ability of Nanka's great masters. There was no problem with the pear garden. As he said this, he ordered a hummingbird to be sent over to collect the sound. Not long after, there was some movement. Little Miss Xue Lu's pipa is truly extraordinary. I've written a poem for you to listen to. A scholar probably thought about it for a long time. At this time, he took out a poem to flatter Xue Lu and raise himself. Xue Lu respectfully listens to Fong Lang's masterpiece. The girl called Xue Lu said shyly, slender fingers rubbing the strings to cross what sound? Quiet and secluded, it's comparable to ancient and modern times. The bonfire twirls the crescent moon. Where the big strings pass, the small strings sing. The scholar, surnamed Fong, said, Good. What a good poem. Xue Lu's skills are indeed superb. Not bad. Slender fingers rubbing the strings to cross. The bonfire picking the moon. Xue Lu, why aren't you playing? A group of people flattered her. Good poem. Li Yi quickly took a bite of the skewer. It was disgusting. What was this? 7 absolutes. Solitary and flat, the same word repeated, wrong. If he can get a good score in next year's imperial examination, I'll pull off my head and let him kick it like a ball. Li Yi was angry. It wasn't easy to listen to music, and you're telling me to listen to this? Li Lang, describe how to play the pipa? Princess Yongmu didn't feel that she was giving him a difficult problem. Me. Let me copy it. I can sing. Li Yi wanted to refuse, but he wasn't prepared. He thought about it again. There was a ready-made one. It wasn't good to copy it once, but if he copied it too many times, he would be shameless. Okay. The two of them said at the same time. The big strings are noisy like rain. The small strings are whispering. There's a hidden sorrow and hatred. At this moment, silence is better than sound. The silver vase breaks and water splashes out. The armored horses break out and the swords and spears ring. Li Yi copied a section, and then his face turned slightly red because this section had been written by someone as that, and it had a yellow color. Li Lang, you copied it well. Princess Yongmu was satisfied. Sure enough, her family's Li Lang could copy it any time. The woman on the screen began to play and sing. There was a fixed format of the tune, and it was sung by the 7 absolutes. Princess Yongmu and Xiao Lan couldn't be more familiar with this kind of tune. They had heard it so many times that calluses grew on their ears. The two of them yawned and drank beer. At this moment, another voice appeared, and the other movements instantly quieted down. Shenji, Ron used. 9th Lang, don't worry. When he comes back, he'll definitely arrange for someone to enter the match workshop. Don't make any mistakes. That person lives in the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi has a lot of tricks up his sleeves. It's amazing. Impossible. It's just a small trick. It's okay to scare others. If he's really that powerful, why didn't he make a move now? We have to be steady. We can't rush it. That place is slowly being dug down. It's hard for people to notice. 9th Lang is right. Why don't I bring some medicine to Ron next time so that he'll be better there? Absolutely not. Will the Li family Zhuangzi lack medicine? You'll be exposed. 9th Lang's worries are right. I was too abrupt. Here are some coupons. Take them and send your family members away. Change your clothes. You don't look rich if you always wear the same clothes. Thank you, Ninth Lang. I'll definitely do it well. Go. Along with the sound of footsteps, the special movement ended, and the other movements became lively again. You already said it's amazing. You still dare to see Ji Yijing under my nose. Humph. Li Yi's mood became better again. He caught one more person and confirmed the room. When she came out, the drone in the sky was watching. Chapter 2179. Li Lang, it's all thanks to you. Princess Yongmu heard the other party's plan. Without me, maybe this wouldn't have happened. When I was in the Tang dynasty, the butterfly didn't flap its wings but transformed. Li Yi was sure that if he didn't go to the Tang dynasty, no one would target Princess True Jade. Under normal circumstances, Wei Jigu, who was guarding Chang and was dead. Zhang Shua was not in Hunan and ran to Dongting Lake. Meng Haran was writing a poem at Dongting Lake, sitting and watching the fishermen. I envy the fish. Bai Gu was also dead. Lu Huaishan's family ran to the suburbs to live. Tubo didn't make peace, but the later Tujue asked for peace and made peace. The locusts in the area east of Taihang Mountains weren't killed, and countless insect eggs were buried. There was no water network in the Guangzhou area. After the drought, Li Longji went to Luoyang to eat in advance, and Wang Wei followed alone with the guards and maids. Yao Chang's eldest son died, and the residence he was rewarded with was confiscated. He could only rent. Li Dan and noble consort Lu couldn't see the new child, and Empress Wang was in the cold palace. The Tianshu in Luoyang was knocked down, and there was no new Tianshu cemetery. Even Princess Yongmu, who was beside him, couldn't eat a roasted sweet potato, even if she wanted to, let alone tomatoes and roasted potatoes. Oh, the butterfly should be gone. The next generation turned into a chrysalis, I know. Princess Yongmu actually kept up with the rhythm. She didn't like beautiful butterflies, but she liked the bean moth because she could eat bean worms. Xiao Lan poured wine for the two. We can probably get a lot of money from this seizure. Which big family is he from? She began to think about the seizure. Of course, the other party's words were disrespectful. There was evidence and it was recorded. Don't guess blindly, so as not to affect your judgment. Follow him when he comes out. There's no tunnel in Shaoluo village. Li Yi felt that the other party's biggest failure was to run to Shaoluo village to meet up. You should change the location and not let Ji Yijing show up. Li Lang, I know. Last time, Ron said that the road construction won't work. So you knew from then on. Princess Yongmu remembered that Ron had come up with an idea and was already operating the construction. Lan frowned. Just to cooperate with him. We're spending money for nothing? It's not a matter of money. It's like this. First, dig a hole and fill it with water to soak the bamboo. As for the rest, Li Yi explained the follow-up arrangements to the two of them. Do you think I'm stupid? Would I pay an IQ tax on Ron? Princess Yongmu blinked her big eyes. So there's so many schemes behind the scenes. Li Lang, it's not easy for you. Is this stone paving tool useful? It's easy to use. It's a weathering stone, but it needs to be supplemented with potassium feldspar. Otherwise, the weathering stone will shatter the more it is pressed. It needs to be supported, and then the weathering stone can be supplemented. There are many types of potassium feldspar, and some can be used in other ways. Some can be used as fertilizer, some can be used to make glass, some can be used to make glaze, and some can be used in enamel. It's called potassium feldspar, and there are many subdivisions. Look at the content and ratio of each material to determine the application of the material. For example, if there's a lot of silica and a lot of alumina, then Li Yi patiently explained chemistry, physics, and the methods to deal with materials. Princess Yongmu and Lan actually didn't understand, but they liked to listen. It was more enjoyable than listening to poetry. As for poetry, if they wanted to, they could find anyone to write it. The knowledge they were hearing now, if they found someone else, they wouldn't know. Under normal circumstances, People liked to listen to lectures about science, including Bai Gu. He liked to listen to Li Yi talk about economics. Li Longji, on the other hand, was fine with anything. Listening to Brother Yi talk about food could increase his appetite. Zhang Juling wanted to listen more about the skills of road construction, and Su Yi chose the strategic layout. Song Jing felt that local education was the foundation. Of course, there would be people from overseas who would arrange it. He wanted to let Li Yi talk first. Li Yi brought the two of them to watch the live broadcast as he talked. As he talked, Princess Yongmu and Lan started to feel sleepy. After drinking 2 cups of beer, the two of them were carried by Li Yi to the room next door to sleep. Wait for the new year. After the new year, do you want to get engaged first? Li Yi mumbled and went back to watch the live broadcast, drinking beer and eating skewers. In the live broadcast, Ji looked like she could get along well with anyone, as if she was good at dancing. Li Yi watched and thought of himself in the past. The Ji Yijing in front of him couldn't be compared to him. Ji Yijing only talked to other scholars about literature to get closer to them. Li Yi knew that when he interacted with people, he didn't just talk about literature. He had to see what the other party liked. He would talk to some high-ranking women about makeup, brands, manicures, clothing, slimming, fitness, men, children's education. He would talk to some men about yachts, helicopter piloting, stocks, investment ideas, villa renovations, women, children's education. He even knew how to throw dice, cheat at poker, perform magic tricks, Huangmei opera, Beijing opera, 2-person rotation, stand-up comedy. Talk show. His goal was to let others feel that they had found a confidant when he was with them. In fact, he wasn't happy at all. He was sure that Ji Yijing wasn't happy either. However, he didn't pity her because he had also interacted with some people. When they asked him to provide some information, he had tactfully rejected them. He knew what could be done and what couldn't be done. Bribery and earning money were internal problems of the country. Betraying the country's interests was another problem, no matter how big or small. Therefore, Ji Yijing was only pitiful in his eyes, but he didn't pity or forgive her. Now, Ji Yijing, you can choose to go to the Li family Zhuangzi and explain the situation. I, Li Yi, will protect you. I can't take the initiative to talk to you about this because I know you won't turn around and sell me out. Write it in tomorrow's newspaper. Say that those who harmed the imperial family and the Li family Zhuangzi were used by others. Take the initiative to surrender and be exempted from all punishment. The excuse is that Henan Prefecture is developing and it's necessary to clean up the stubborn poison that harmed the common people. I'll give a few small examples, first to avoid being found out. This can be considered the strength of unity that I can unite. Even now, Li Yi still wanted to give Ji Yijing a chance. You're being used. Surrender, surrender. You have a family, and you still want to move away. The world is big, but there's no place for you to escape. Do you know how big of a crime you've committed? I've got my eyes on you. Where can you run to? As Li Yi spoke, he picked up a piece of fried potato and chewed it. The next morning, Princess True Jade's face was radiant and full of energy. She came to eat breakfast and said that she wanted to bring back deer whip soup. The female nurse told her that whole lamb soup was actually better. Add a few braised quail eggs inside, and the deer whip soup wouldn't have much of an effect. It was easy to have problems after eating it and then become even weaker. If you think it's okay, add some desert cistanche, ginger slices, and pickled vegetables to eat more. Princess True Jade followed the advice. The nurse first had to be a young top imperial physician in the imperial medical department. After that, she had to learn another set of theories and operations from Li Yi. If there were still problems, then there was a problem. Chapter 2180. It's delicious. Today's dumplings are filled with beef again. Z said that the people working should eat more protein. People from Bohai have arrived one after another. Tell the coastal areas to catch fish as soon as possible. The bigger the fish, the better. Don't eat the internal organs, bones, and fish head yourself. Hurry up and send the fish meat over. add a little salt, and make fried fish meat for the people working. During breakfast, Li stirred the porridge with his chopsticks. He also added some water into the porridge. On the way back, Guizi and the others saw that the road workers were working hard and told Li about it. Li sent a batch of chickens, ducks, and eggs. The price of poultry in Hunan province naturally rose by 2%. After a few more days, the price of meat for the people in Hunan province would increase. Li couldn't suppress the rise in prices caused by the change in supply and demand. Poultry had a cycle of rearing, so there was no shortage of fish in the coastal waters. There were many people waiting to fish and earn money on the shore of Haizhou. They were responsible for cleaning the internal organs and bones of the fish. The people from the big families who were willing to invest would use the cement to make a platform for processing seafood. When the fish from the fishing boats arrived, they would buy the fish and hire the people to process it and pay them. The work was basically fixed. The big families could cooperate with each other, but they couldn't form a monopoly. With the Tang dynasty's Chaotian Fund, the fund's work platform was the best and set the price. At the same time, the big families had to raise the wages of the employees a little more than the fund. They also paid the labor benefits provided by the Chaotian Fund. Princess Yongmu was eating wontons. She picked up a wonton and blew on it. I heard them say that the people of Luoyang couldn't eat much meat in winter a few years ago. Now they just want to save money. Saving money is good. Currently, the Tang dynasty's economic development doesn't pursue speed. It only cares about the people's livelihood. When the foundations of most areas are laid, then we'll consider using inflation to promote development. Li put it simply, by using deficit spending, the money would circulate and be used in all aspects, and the speed of development would be faster. If the production technology couldn't keep up, inflation would appear. This would force the production technology to transform into productivity and research new technology. The Tang dynasty couldn't do this at the moment. If this was done, the people in other places would have no way to survive. NN. Listen to Li Lang. Princess Yongmu nodded and opened her mouth to eat the wonton. It was not so hot anymore. Where's Xiaolon? Li turned his head to look. Just now he thought Xiaolon had gone to get food. Why hadn't she come back yet? Princess Yongmu swallowed the wonton. He went to Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion in the city to see if there's a pressure well in the pavilion. The well water can be used to make cold noodles. It's cool. Oh, Li lowered his head to eat. He knew that Princess Yongmu and Xiaolon had guessed the meaning behind Ninth Young Master's words. Someone wanted to dig a tunnel. Both light and dark. Ji Yijing went to the fragrant sauce pavilion. Passing by the road was Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion. Xiaolon had obviously brought people over to listen. She got a big vat and buried it upside down in the ground. She made a small hole in the vat to listen for any movement. Li shook his head. He quite admired this woman. She was targeting the two most untouchable women in the Tang dynasty. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. All the people from Bohai arrived in Zhuangzi. Those who arrived first told those who arrived later about the situation in Zhuangzi. They told them to be careful when eating and not to eat too much at once. If they couldn't finish it, they had to leave the plate for the next meal. The taste wouldn't be good. There was a fixed place to go to the toilet. It couldn't be solved anywhere. It was best for men to shave their hair and grow it later. For women, they had to wash their long hair several times. Even lice and scalps could be washed off. Those who arrived later didn't have to take many detours. When eating, they often took food and soaked in the bathtub. They were allowed to soap and rub mud in the bathtub. After washing, they had to change the water again. The only thing they were struggling with was the soap. The villagers told them to make more soap, but they were reluctant. Soap was a good thing in Bohai. It was worth a lot. At night, Li ate sea fish. The transportation of goods finally resumed. These days, the price of chong and meat was expensive. Xiao Yi Can the railway be finished by the end of the year? Baigu was eating steamed yellow croaker. It was pure wild. There was a trace of worry between his brows. In a few days, without the seafood from Bohai, the price of meat in the capital and Hunan increased. The people were already used to eating meat. It saved a lot of food to be stored and transported to other places. Suddenly, there was no supply of sea fish. Everyone had to eat other kinds of meat. When the second railway was finished, there could be several more trains a day. They could move the switches back and forth and stagger the trains. Li Yi said with certainty, "Yes, I guarantee it. At that time, there will be at least 8 trains a day. After the 15th day of the first month, the workers will go to the canal to lay the railway. The people along the coast will also change from building roads to laying tracks to increase their income. What lantern festival will go on the 5th? Spending so much money, isn't it just to race against time?" Baigu complained that the rest of the people were resting too long. The fish was no longer delicious. "We have to pay more. From the 6th to the 10th, we have to send people to work and double their wages." Li Yi was thinking about tripling the wages of the people on the job during the new year. Double is not a small amount. If it's double, they will be willing to work. Baigu refused to give too high a wage. "The benefits given to you during the new year are not double. Besides, this money is not under the control of the Ministry of Revenue." Li Yi reminded the other party. During the new year, the Li family Zhuangzi gave them many things. Double is double. It's only 10 days anyway. The train will be opened 10 days earlier. The economic growth of the 10 days is worth the extra money. Baigu was afraid that the benefits would be reduced. After thinking about it, the train made money quickly. Just by transporting fish every day, the money they earned was huge. Anyway, the technology to make steel did not cost money. The manufacturing technology of the train did not cost money. Yes, anything that involved technology could save money. As he thought about it, Baigu found Li Yi more pleasing to the eye than the steamed wild yellow croaker. "Xiao Yi, what good things have you come up with recently?" "Eating accelerator." Li Yi saw that Baigu was not eating and insisted on talking to him, so he gave the answer. "How do you speed it up?" Baigu felt that something was wrong. "Put a tube in your mouth, crush the big yellow croaker, and pour it in," Li Yi told Baigu. "How dare you make fun of me? I am the Chancellor's assistant. I will punish you for your disrespect." Baigu was angry. "I am now a rank 1, the chief instructor of the Tang dynasty." Li Yi became a rank 1 again. "You said I am a duck? I will go and find Her Majesty." Baigu looked at Li Longji, who was eating not far away. "You are not going to scold him? It's really force-feeding. Ducks eat slowly by themselves, so you can use artificial feeding methods. The same goes for geese. It is not good for the ducks and geese, but they grow faster. It consumes more food, but they can quickly grow enough weight." Li Yi talked about the force-feeding technique. The speed of getting ducks was many times faster. It consumed more food. Looking at the meat cycle and the price of the meat, one would know whether it was worth it or not. Chapter 2181. Is it really a skill? Baigu realized that he had misunderstood. No, Xiaoyi did it on purpose. There was no misunderstanding. It's just that the taste is not as good as free-range ones, especially the ducks. They're not as fresh as those raised in ponds and rivers. Li Yi did not feel that it was cruel. Some people lacked oil and water and loved to eat fatty meat. In the past, roast duck was accepted by people because it was fat. Later, when people's living standards improved, they found roast duck to be boring. The people of the Tang dynasty could accept it. For road builders, half a free-range smoked chicken weighed 5 catties. If one person ate it, he could still eat 2 big bowls of rice and drink a big bowl of soup. Just like the people who worked at the docks called, Wang Xiaoxi and Li Dainiu. 1 roast chicken was not enough for Wang Xiaoxi. Thinking of them, Li Yi asked, "Did Li Dainiu and Wang Xiaoxi follow you?" I remember you said you would arrange things for them. Songda, who was standing behind, quickly stepped forward. They are in charge of the docks in Zhuangzi. Dongzhu, you said you would arrange things for them. Li Daniu said that when he and Wang Xiaoxi got married, they would live a good life. At that time, you scolded Li Daniu and told him not to say such things in the future. People have to look forward. You will only be at ease when you say that there is only one Tang dynasty in the world. Yes, their names and body shapes are too different. Both of them have no family. People like them must be busy and have higher goals. Li Yi had a deep impression of them because of their names and body shapes. The ending of people like them in the movies, therefore, he took special care of them and did not want them to be soldiers. Let's go and have a look after dinner. Li wanted to ask them if they wanted to eat fat or thin. Going to play again. Baigu muttered. What can you do to me? Li Yi did not give in. Humph. Remember to think of a good technique. Baigu continued to eat the fish. This yellow croaker was delicious. Li Yi looked at the steamed yellow croaker on the plate. Actually, there is a technique to catch this kind of fish. If the scale of the fisherman is large enough, it can also be used in the lake. It's just that it harms nature. What method? Baigu turned his head in surprise. Xiaoyi, are you that smart? Knock on the boat and gather the big yellow croakers with the sound. The yellow croakers converge because of the sound. It was like a lake with many boats. With the beating of the drums and the beating of the boats, the fish were thrown into confusion. When the boat hits the water, the birds will soar high upon hearing it, and the fish will hide in the depths upon hearing it. Therefore, we all have our own ways, but we all have our own way. Knocking on the boat can go the other way. Sui, who was at the side, directly said that it came from Huai Nanzi. Yes. Li Yi nodded. But the way to attack a fish, regardless of its size, is like killing a chicken to remove its eggs, burning a forest to hunt, and draining a pond to fish. Li Yi once again borrowed a portion of the content from Huainanzi. This was like electric fishes and fried fish, both big and small. In the current Tang dynasty, there was a hunting ban every year. The hunters themselves knew how to maintain it, including the woodsmen who cut firewood. When fishermen went fishing, they would set nets with different sizes and holes for different fish. They would use big holes in areas where big fish could grow and small holes in areas where the fish could not grow. When no one knows, it is not taught. When someone uses it, it is forbidden. Li Longji spoke. Everyone, do not spread it out or teach it. Once someone figured it out, immediately tell them that it was not allowed. Kill both big and small. When the human race was exterminated, even the children had to be left behind, such as Yang Sisen. The capital government's water net also needed to raise fish. They were afraid that one day there would be no fish to catch. Everyone in the large private room nodded in unison, indicating that they understood. Xiao Yi, don't use this kind of technique. Baigu was helpless. If you can't use it, even if you say it, what else can you say? There are smart people who can figure it out and take precautions in advance. Li Yi muttered and sped up his eating. After the meal, the officials went to work. Li Longji was not in a hurry to correct the memorials. He went to the dock with Li Yi. Princess Yongmu was next to Li Yi. Her guards were all taken away by Xiaolan. She was worried that Xiaolan would be at a disadvantage if there was a conflict. The order she gave Xiaolan was a kill order. As long as there was a fight, she was not allowed to hold back. The yacht came out of the artificial lake and entered the river. This was not a matter of firepower, but of coordination. Everyone did not pretend to be ordinary people. They could not. The size of the team was too big. Li Dan did not go. She went with noble consort Lu to see her son, Li Longji's younger brother. There was a big age difference. With noble consort Lu's lifelong regret, she could also give birth to a child, so there was nothing wrong with being the Empress Dowager. Lu Jiu's child, Princess Yongmu's younger brother, was also with them. The two babies were about the same age, but they were one generation apart. There are so many people. Is there enough space? Li Longji walked slowly to help with digestion. In the past 2 days, he was much more cheerful. He was not in a hurry to find important people. There is not enough space south of the Yellow River. North of the Yellow River, when the bridge is built, there will be people to settle there. The government should divide the land and not collect money. Li Yi was not worried about the lack of space. After the Yellow River Bridge was built, it was convenient to travel. Some people looked at the price of the land and went to the other side. That side did not collect money, and they could build their own houses. However, the bridge could not be used by trains. The pier could be supported, and the bridge had low requirements. It could be used for carriages first. The rest could be dealt with later. Things had to be arranged step by step. After crossing the bridge, it would not belong to Hebei Province. It would still belong to Hunan Province. The division of Hunan Province was smaller than that of Hunan Province. Hunan Province included Shandong Province. Good. Li Longji's eyebrows relaxed. When the time comes, the road in Hebei Province will be built. The Khitans and the Shi people will be attracted to move inwards. That's right. There has been no drought in recent years. Even if there is little rain in the east of Tang Mountains, the wells will be able to solve it. The Yellow River flood will not happen in the near future. If it happens again in the future, the Tang dynasty will not be afraid. When the time comes, the roads will be smooth and it will be easy to travel to and from other places. Besides, we have to find a way to solve the Yellow River flood problem. Li Yi knew a lot about the great migration of ethnic groups. He also knew that the precipitation in Shandong Province, which was the east of Taihang Mountains, was still low, but there were no locusts. The people wanted the locusts to come again, the kind that was large because there were many poultry and livestock. As long as the color of the locusts did not become so scary, they could be fed. In fact, if some of the locusts changed color, they could still eat chickens. It was just that they ate less. After all, they were still meat. Li Longji smiled brightly. When the time comes, will they be planting rice there? No, they will be planting wheat, rape, corn, and sorghum. Li Yi shook his head. What kind of rice? Hebei Province was the most suitable place for growing wheat. There was also Shandong. This latitude was especially good for growing wheat. Brother Yi, which one is better? Corn and potatoes? Li Longji asked. Li Yi was conflicted. You ask me which one is better? Steamed buns and rice? Corn is easy to store. Its yield is higher than other crops. It is more suitable for many kinds of environments. It needs less care than other crops. Potatoes have a higher yield, but they can only be stored for a short period of time. They are not suitable to be used as fodder. Therefore, potatoes will be used as a non-staple food for a long time, although it can be used as a staple food. In the cold regions of the north, both corn and potatoes are needed. It is not a choice. Li Yi once again emphasized the storage problem of both sides. He smacked his lips. He wanted to eat fine cornflour pancakes and then salted fish. Chapter 2182. The Yellow River was no longer navigable by boat, but there were some people who were looking for bigger sand and stones on foot from the other side of the river. It was especially dangerous. The main stream of the Yellow River had stopped flowing, but there was still water in the tributaries below. If one stepped into the tributaries, half of one's body would be submerged. There were patrols on both sides of the river, and no one was allowed to enter the river unless the weather was cold and froze. The Luo River was not affected, and there was also the hot spring river that existed now but would disappear in the future. Everyone would bathe in the hot spring river. The good places were occupied by the royal family. Zhang Shua had soaked in the hot spring alone last year. This year, all the Li family Zhuangzi went to Xiaolunan village. Even if the officials' ranks were low, they could still go to the mountains to soak in. It's just that the location was not very good. Because of the canal, the wharf was still busy. Step on the brakes properly. Who told you to do that? Why isn't your hand on the handbrake? Don't try to be clever. You think that you can do whatever you want just because you're familiar with the routine. You're the one who gets into trouble. Do you think the manual was written by an idiot? If you use your so-called experience to operate, you won't be able to atone for your sins, even if you die. Let me tell you, the manual was written by Li Dongzhu. What kind of expression is that? I'm not saying Li Dongzhu is an idiot. Are you glaring at me? You want to hit me? Come, do you think you can beat me? I'm here. Why are you retreating? If you have the ability, why don't you go forward? Little four, look, he's scared the moment I mentioned it. At the dock, Li Dongzhu was commanding and supervising. The other party was obviously taller and stronger than him. When he stepped forward, the other party retreated. He turned around and said to Wang Xiaoxi, Daniu, you used your aura to intimidate him. The 2-meter-tall Wang Xiaoxi stood beside Li Daniu and said, the person who made the mistake nodded his head vigorously. Yes, it's the aura. It's definitely not because you came over. Ha ha ha. Li Longji laughed heartily. These two people were too interesting. Find that person's salary for a month and ask him if he's satisfied. If you don't like it, then give him his salary. He's not allowed to appear at the docks anymore. Li didn't laugh. He had written down the rules and regulations in detail for fear of danger. There was a slope that required both the foot brake and the hand brake to be operated at the same time. Lowering the slope was not allowed. In the end, some people felt that it was unnecessary. Look, there was nothing wrong with letting him go. It was just like when he drove the truck down the slope. He thought that he was smart and might not make a mistake even once in 100 times. But he knew that he couldn't stop on the 101st time. If there was a malfunction, there would be a path for you to rush through, but not everywhere. Once the inertia reaches a certain level, how can you brake? As a doctor, he hated this kind of people the most. Which surgery did they not analyze each patient's specific situation in advance? Even if it was appendicitis, I didn't dare to cut it. Who knows what it would look like after the incision? If it got stuck or perforated, a person would die if it wasn't handled properly. Songda went over. The people there had already seen these people. With just a few words, the person who had been grinning just now knelt down, kowtowing and crying, begging to stay. If he worked for a month for nothing, he would accept it. He didn't dare to leave. If he left, no one would ask him to work. No matter where he went to work, people would shake their heads and reject him. Accepting him was equivalent to challenging Li Dongzhu. Unless he left with his family, hid far away, and went to a place where no one knew about this matter to look for a job. Hello, Li Dongzhu. Dongzhu. Li Dongzhu, you're here. Dongzhu, treat us to lunch. A group of people greeted him. Some people were naughty. Get up. Do you accept the punishment for a month's salary? Li Yi did not care about the others and asked the person who let down the slope. Yes, I won't dare to do it again. The person wiped his tears and got up. I'm not talking to you about the principle that human life is greater than the heavens. I'm just telling you that the rules I set can't be violated. Li knew that it was useless to say anything else. He would punish him to death and make him work for a month for nothing. The train dispatch station had higher requirements. If something happened, he would be beheaded and his family would be exiled. If a group of a few people was found by the patrolling people that someone let someone else take care of them and left without asking for leave, he would die. He drank last night and still went to work today. When he was not fully sober, he would die. He did not check the indicator light, and the backup indicator light had no oil. He would die. He chatted during work and did not keep the 3 phones properly. He would die. There was no need to reason with them. Everyone knew the reason, and it was useless to explain it to them 100 times. The workers at the station were paid well and had good benefits. If the patrolling people found out there was a problem, they would die. They knew what to do. There were a few people at the station for safety reasons. It was considered good for others to earn 30 renminbi a day, but they were earning 100 renminbi a day. The person in charge of the train was the same. He was paid well and had taken up the position after the assessment. His reaction speed was fast. Since this was the case, Why did he let down the slope when he was paid so much? If you dare to do this again, get lost and go back to work. Li Yi did not give him any face. Yes, yes, yes. The person wiped his tears and went back. No one sympathized with him. Dong Zhu. Wang Xiaoxi came over and squatted down. You can just stand there. I don't feel inferior. Li Yi laughed. Wang Xiaoxi was too tall. Feng Yi laughed because he remembered the short president of Gull country. That person was the one who allowed people to attack his country's Olympic torch team. That person had low self-esteem and was not like the other president of his country. He did not care about the height of the people around him. That president of Gull country was afraid people would think he was short. When he was selecting people, he would pick people who were short. That person was not short because of his height. He was short because of his ambition. Who would think that president of his country was short? He was tall and strong. He insisted on opening up and reform. He was a giant. Now, Feng Yu was being treated like a kid. More importantly, this Xiaoxi seemed to have grown taller. 3 meters? 35 meters? Why don't I organize a basketball competition? You are so big, but you are still so agile. You will be invincible under the basket. Li Yi thought and said what was in his heart. Dong Zhu, what competition? Is it football? I can't do it. They always pass through my crotch. When I take a step, the ball will pass me. Wang Xiaoxi misunderstood and thought it was football. He could not do this and became a goalkeeper. He was very useful as he was agile. He was most afraid of being passed through his crotch. It was too tall. Li Yi waved his hand. It is another type of ball. The amount of movement is not lesser than football. It might even be more intense. Your joints. You were born in the wrong era. Li Yi noticed that Wang Xiaoxi, who had grown taller, could run and jump. If it was him, he would be at least 3 meters tall. You are the best under the basket. Others will cry when they see you. Born in the wrong era? No. Oh, I know. Dong Zhu, I feel that my current situation is good. With you around, I am only in my early 20s. I was born in the right era. Wang Xiaoxi smiled. He actually understood what Feng Yu meant. Let's have lunch together? What do you want to eat? Li Yi smiled and nodded. I had eaten braised lion's head in brown sauce once. Wang Xiaoxi blushed. He felt embarrassed to talk about food. No problem. I will cook. I will make a bunch of it. At the same time, I will measure your height. Look, your pants are too short. Li Yi agreed and cooked for him. Wang Xiaoxi had indeed grown taller. From his pants, it was 1 inch shorter. Chapter 2183. The people at the pier continued to work. Li Yi started to process the meat. Braised meatballs must be authentic. He cooked personally. Z, if you have nothing else to do, help me cut the meat. I will handle it here. You need to cut along the stubble. I will process it again, but the granules are stronger. Li Yi explained the details differently from the 4 happiness meatballs. From the selection of ingredients to the processing method to the final dripping sauce. They were all different. When eating, the texture and taste were different. Also, there was a difference between steaming and braising. The key was the blanching. You can't say which one was authentic and which one was not. Li Yi admired the person who could blanch the meatballs. He could actually prevent the meatballs from scattering. The mincing machine is faster. Guizi cooperated. At the same time, he told Li Yi that he had a better way. Do you think I don't know the equipment? No. The minced meat is suitable for making steamed buns, dumplings, wontons, and meatballs. Z, do you know? Our Chinese cuisine is extensive and profound. It is the best in the world. Everyone admits that it is about meticulousness, learning, changing, and improving. Food is the most important thing for the people. When food is compatible with the world, our hearts are also compatible with the world. As Li Yi spoke, the big kitchen knife in his hand spun a few rounds. The knife was beautiful. Guazi frowned. Li Dongzhu, I admit what you said, but your actions just now were redundant and had many loopholes. When you are brandishing the knife, you rely on inertia. If the enemy suddenly appears at another angle of your knife, you will not have time to turn your wrist. The real knife is like this. Look, the tip of the knife is always pointing at one position. The angle can be adjusted at any time. It is a small flower, not a big flower. When Guazi was speaking, he was holding the kitchen knife in his hand. The kitchen knife was always in a downward position. He was pinching it with his fingers. When you look at it, you can't tell which direction the knife is going. No matter where you are, you will feel that the knife will fly towards you. Li, I am talking to you about cooking well, and you are talking to me about getting rid of the enemy? If you are so capable, let's enter the operating room and see who is better with the scalpel. However, he had to admit that Guazi's kitchen knife was frightening. After changing positions a few times, he still realized that the knife would be thrown at him in an instant. How's work recently? On the other side, Li Longji asked Wang Xiaoxi and Li Daniu to sit down. He did not care about his height. Zhang Jiling was slightly shorter, but who would talk about his height? Now I'm learning. There's quite a lot of content in management. Daniu is better at it than me, but he said he's more willing to manage the accounts. I'll teach him the rest. Wang Xiaoxi was a little reserved. He looked at his good brother when he answered. Now that the two of you have settled down, do you want to find a woman to marry? Li Longji asked about their marriage plans. There's a woman who fell into the water a few days ago. We saved her, and she's now. Daniu, she hasn't eaten yet, right? Wang Xiaoxi's face turned red. Not yet. Can we come together? Wang Xiaoxi smiled. All right. Li Longji nodded. Princess Yongmu frowned. She didn't know why, but she frowned. In the afternoon, Li Yi made a lot of braised pork balls. The rest of the braised pork balls were made by other people. Everyone ate happily. Li Longji couldn't eat Li Yi's cooking every day. Li Lang. Princess Yongmu whispered to Li Yi. Yes, Li Yi replied. Just now, your third brother asked about finding a wife for two people. Then they said, Princess Yongmu didn't know how to describe her feelings. She could only tell the whole story. Sigh. Li Yi sighed. When Tian, let me hum for you. The waves run. The waves flow. The river flows endlessly. Li Yi hummed a song for Princess Yongmu. On the beach. I'm still willing to turn over hundreds and thousands of waves. My heart is full. Princess Yongmu took it and hummed softly. There's a poem that I copied. It's like this. Li Yi wasn't a teacher who taught on the board. He chose to talk about some content from the side. Normal language teachers wouldn't use this method. It wasn't that they didn't know how to, but that the loss outweighed the gain. In private tutoring, they would see how much the other party's parents were willing to pay before choosing to teach. He was willing to recruit many people now. He couldn't ask Princess Yongmu for tuition fees. The fragrance of the red lotus leaves the jade in the autumn, gently undressing and boarding the orchid boat alone, who sent a brocade letter in the clouds. When the swallow returns, the moon fills the western tower. The flowers drift and the water flows. A kind of lovesickness, two places of idle sorrow. This feeling can't be eliminated. Just when I frown, it rises in my heart. This is from the graceful school. It uses all the characteristics. The intention is very strong. However, it can't be compared to what we sing. I'm still willing to turn over hundreds and thousands of waves. My heart is full. This is the ambition of the swallow, acknowledging everything in the world, but never surrendering. As for a woman, both men are interested, like a 1,000-mile horse. What's the difference between two heroes competing? Li Yi used Li Qingzhao's lyrics as an analogy. Li Qingzhao was passive and graceful, and the lyrics of the Shanghai beach are actually a kind of unyielding. Yes, life is like this. I'm going to rise and fall in such waves. I'm going to enjoy this process. All the love, hate, and sorrow will accompany this life and never look back. Oh, Li Lang is saying that Li Daniu and Wang Xiaoxi have the fighting spirit in their hearts? Princess Yongmu understood. She also knew why she was in a bad mood before. They were born in the same year, same month, and same day. They're 20 this year. In the past, they relied on each other for survival. Their goal was to live a stable life. Now that they're learning from others, they're earning more money. When they learn more knowledge, they have other thoughts. If they haven't experienced some things, how many people can remain unchanging in this world of mortals? Li Yi was talking about others, but he was also talking about himself. He had experienced a lot, so now he didn't pursue other kinds of enjoyment. Then what should we do? Princess Yongmu became melancholic at this moment. Go look for Wu Jiyu. No, she's now a concubine. Look for her. Tell her that Bao will be vaccinated in 2 days. Also, if Li Daniu and Wang Xiaoxi get married and have a baby, they'll probably be as cute as Bao. Li Yi tilted his head and taught Princess Yongmu what to say. Can I look for her? Princess Yongmu didn't understand for a moment. You'll know when you go. Xiaolan isn't here, Li Yi said with a smile. If Xiaolan was here, she would immediately react. Okay. Princess Yongmu got up and went to look for Wu Jiu. Not long after, she came back. Li Lang. She said that you should take good care of Bao. Otherwise, she won't let you go even if she becomes a ghost. That's enough. If there's a problem with the woman who fell into the water, she can see it. If there's no problem with the woman who fell into the water, she also has a way to deal with it. In terms of scheming, she's the #1 in the harem. There's a capable person in Zhuangzi, Li Yi said with a sneaky smile. Bao, I had already been vaccinated several times. They were all exchanged with his life. Oh, smallpox isn't the case. It's time to do something. Don't just hide behind and watch the show. Princess Yongmu blinked her big eyes. Li Lang, why do I feel that you're better at scheming than her? Chapter 2184. Delicious, fragrant, mm. Wang Xiaoxi snorted as he ate. He ate in a refined manner and did not eat a whole braised meatball in one bite. He used his chopsticks to split the meatball in half and ate half at a time. The 6th meatball was already in his stomach. Most importantly, he also ate a big bowl of rice with the braised meatball sauce. Li Longji was happy to see this. It was so fragrant. He felt that he could eat more. Li Daniu used his chopsticks to chop a meatball into 4 pieces, and then cut each piece in the middle. However, his speed was not slow at all. He ate the 3rd meatball and also ate other dishes. He finished half a bowl of rice. It turned out that there was a woman sitting beside him. Princess Yongmu came over to whisper a few words to Wu Jiu. The woman was called by Wu Jiu to eat nearby. Wu Jiu was in a good mood. Li Yi, you came to beg me? You know my ability, right? This woman did not look right at first glance. Her eyebrows and eyes were open, but she still pretended to be a woman from the palace. She was a woman from an ordinary family, but she deliberately did not put on her light makeup properly. Her eyes occasionally moved, but they quickly returned to normal. This was instinctive. It was the result of practicing too many times. It was not easy to change it. Her ability was still lacking. She could not compare to the big shots in Pyongkong Square. Those people were dignified, pure and charming. Ching, did the chickens you raised at home have more eggs now? Wu Jiu chatted. Ching, Oi's surname was Hu, and her maiden name was Ching. She originally lived in Dongta County, Xianzhou, which was the place where iron ore was mined, Mount Manchin. Xuanzhou's paper was also very famous in Chang, and it was not named Xian paper yet. Painters would apply a layer of glue on the Xian paper to control the color of the ink when painting. However, the Li family Zhuangzi's papermaking technique was not only his own, but also someone else's secret recipe. Hu Qing, arrived in Luoyang this year with a large group of people. She no longer had parents in her family. She only had one brother. Her brother married her sister-in-law. Her sister-in-law despised her, so she left. After arriving in Luoyang, she made a living by weaving and embroidery. She sold the silver jewelry her parents left behind as dowry and bought a small courtyard outside the city. There were 2 dilapidated houses in the courtyard. She also went to the government office to collect chicken chicks and duck chicks to raise. The government office gave them free of charge. Each person had 10 chicks of each type. They did not need any goose seedlings. The number of chickens and ducks could be adjusted. 10 days ago, she was tired from her embroidery and came out to release the ducklings. She accidentally fell into the Luo River and happened to land at the moment when Li Daniu and Wang Xiaoxi were at the shore. The 2 men rescued her and found out about her pitiful background, so they helped her repair her house. Occasionally, she would cook some food and invite the 2 of them home for a meal. Li Daniu and Wang Xiaoxi actually believed his words. Wu Jiu did not believe that Hu Qing, with her graceful figure and fair neck, was a peasant girl. Hu Qing, appeared to be very reserved. She replied softly, "I haven't grown up yet. How can I have any balls?" Then he raised 2 roosters and 18 hens. "I was thinking that after the eggs were laid and the chicks hatched, I will return them to the yamen. If there are more people in the future, the yamen will have more chicks to give. This year, I will save some money, and next year the house will be tiled. The mud and grass curtains on the house will not be able to block the rain during the rainy season." When Wang Xiaoxi and Li Daniu heard what Hu Qing said, they raised their heads almost at the same time. "There is no need to wait until next year. It is fate that we met. Tomorrow I will arrange for someone to take a look at you," Wu Jiu said with a distressed expression. She would pay for it herself. She was not afraid of being rejected. What was her status? This time, Li Yi owed her a favor. In the future, if she fell and scraped her skin, she was not allowed to leave a scar. If she accidentally made a cut, no matter how she stitched it up, no one would be able to tell. You, Li Yi, have this skill. At the same time, I can ask His Majesty for credit. It would be even better if I could have a daughter. This time, the others also saw it, including Empress Wang, who did not know what Xiao Wu was like. She was too enthusiastic today. Just now, when Yuan came over and whispered in her ear, what did the 2 of them talk about? "Thank you, Imperial Concubine Hui." Hu Qing thanked her with a happy expression. "It's just a small matter. Don't mention it. Let's eat." Wu Jiu waved her hand indifferently. Li Daniu and Wang Xiaoxi looked at each other and revealed a happy expression. On the other side, Li Yi had an extra tablet in his hand. He asked Princess Yongmu to look at it. There was a drone flying in the sky. This is pure. Many people like this kind of person. At the same time, there are those who look down on them from the bottom of their hearts, thinking that they are easy to fool. Like me, I am pure and will always be fooled. Li Yi pointed at the 2's expressions on the tablet and patted his chest. Princess Yongmu glanced at him. "I really heard it. If you say so, then so be it." Sigh. Li Lang, the 2 of them still don't know that someone is protecting them. This is happiness. It's just like someone is protecting me. Princess Yongmu smiled sweetly at Li Yi. "I'm just copying a sentence. What's so good about life? It's just someone carrying the burden for you." Li Yi copied again. "That's why the temple should take out the money. If there's anyone who hasn't received the money, urge them. If they don't pay the late fee, we'll calculate according to the government's money. 1 interest per day, compound interest." Princess Yongmu remembered from Li Yi's words that the monks and Taoists did not donate money. "I've already donated money. So much money." She wanted to calculate the interest of the government's money based on daily compound interest. The government's money had already said that it would be 40,000 to 50,000 yuan a year and 4,000 yuan a month. 1 year's interest was double the principal. If this was converted to daily compound interest, it would be 354 days a year. In that case, it would be a daily interest rate of 0.02825% plus compound interest. 1 year later, the interest would be 715 times. Other than the Li family Zhuangzi's business, who else would be able to earn so much? Li Yi nodded in astonishment. I think it's fine. Bully them to death. No matter what sect it is, there will always be people there. That's right. Let's briefly mention it to them. Princess Yongmu no longer believed in other religions. She only believed in Li Lang. Li Lang could really make things, but other monks and Taoists could make things out of thin air. That's just magic. They won't feel good in their hearts. It's okay to rest for a few days. Hurry up and eat. Braised lion's head in soy sauce. Li spoke up for the monks and Taoists. Stealing from others and not allowing them to feel bad for a few days? You stole 75% in one go. If you had 1,000 yuan, others would take 750 yuan and leave 250 yuan for you. If you could still be happy, then you really were an idiot. Yes, braised ones are delicious. There's a hint of bitterness in the sugar color. Only when you think about it carefully can you feel the endless sweetness. Princess Yongmu's words were filled with philosophy. Once the sugar color was fried, it was impossible for it not to be bitter at all. And it was this bitterness that was the essence, just like tea and coffee. Aya, if that's the case, I'm wrong for not giving you a hard time. Li Yi looked vexed. Princess Yongmu bit her lip. How is it not bitter? The bitterness of lovesickness is the real bitterness. You said that the flowers will fall and the water will flow. One kind of lovesickness, two kinds of sorrow. This feeling can't be eliminated. It just frowns, but it rises to the heart. Ask your family what kind of betrothal gift you want. I'll go after the new year. Let's settle things first. Li Yi felt that both parties were old enough. He asked Princess Yongmu to ask Li Longji what he wanted. New year? Okay. Princess Yongmu ate the braised lion's head in big bites. Chapter 2185. After lunch, the clouds in the sky thickened, and it looked like it was going to rain. When the wind blew, it was not cool, but a little cold. Wu Jiu agreed to go to Hu Qing, Er's house, to take a look. A group of craftsmen followed behind and drove the cart, preparing to help repair the house. Li Yi held Princess Yongmu's hand and found a chance to get close to Li Longji. When he said that he would let Princess Yongmu ask, it was actually an attitude. If she asked, he would do it personally. Third brother, can I ask you something? Li Yi found that his little hand was sweating. Ask. Li Longji glanced at the two of them holding hands. You said that when Tian and I are going to hold a wedding, how much should the simplest betrothal gift be? We don't need to match the 8 characters. I know we are very good. Li Yi asked around. How much should it be? It should not be the 30 to 50 yuan of an ordinary family. 100 million yuan. Li Longji was angry. You want to talk about money? Fine, I will give you a number. Really? 100 million yuan is enough? Li Yi was happy. Look at how I printed out 100 million yuan for you. You also want to add 1,000 yuan. My son-in-law is too arrogant. Li Longji reacted. He could not talk about money with his son-in-law. Are you going to make meatballs? If you hit him with 1,000 yuan, you don't even need to shave his bones. Just hit him directly into the meat paste to replenish his calcium. This kind of thing, we can at least discuss it, right? Li Yi clenched his hand and signaled Princess Yongmu to be at ease. Don't be afraid, I will deal with it. Actually, whether you want money or not depends on your sincerity. If you are sincere, it will work. The key is that sometimes some people are new but not strong enough. Take Elder Mu, for example. What medicine did you give him? I know the way to train his body, but I did not ask about the medicine. Li Longji put on a face that said that everything could be discussed. That thing is not useful. Brother Rusheng, you don't need it. I think when Tian's family also does not need it, right? What if I need to use it? There's no need to take it orally, but we have some for external application. It's very effective. I have some here. Third brother, you can try it first. Apply it on your skin, and then it will be effective. Li Yi stretched out his hand, and a large bottle suddenly appeared. It was a 4-liter bottle, the kind that could be pressed. Brother Yi. Li Longji's face changed. He was annoyed and blamed himself. Princess Yongmu pouted and widened her eyes, tears welling up in her eyes. Third brother, you don't have to be like this. Eat a little more than the potatoes you ate before. It will be replenished very quickly. Aya, you scared me to death. Then, let me try it out for you. How do you use it? Apply it after you shower. Deal. If it works, give me 2 more bottles. Everything else is negotiable. It's that simple? Deposit? Oh, betrothal gifts? How can Wen Tian's family be so powerful? She can do whatever she wants. As long as Wen Tian is living well, her father will be at ease. Wen Tian, did you hear that? You're not worth much. You're only worth a little bit of your life. How much money can buy my life? Princess Yongmu stared at her father. You ate a lot of potatoes in the past. Li Longji stared back at her. Third brother, you mean that after the new year, my Wen Tian and I can... Isn't the new year just one day after another? What does it mean to live together? Have you heard of celebrating the new year? Okay, we'll celebrate the new year. Next year, we'll get more and more days. Li Yi understood. Li Lang, I'll go to the front to take a look. Princess Yongmu felt that the situation was not right and ran to the front shyly. After the new year, she'll be 1 year older. Li Yi said to Li Longji. Up to you. Is this thing really useful? Li Longji did not care. Anyway, I've given you my daughter. I don't have to worry about you. Throughout history, there has never been a son-in-law like you who personally went to the kitchen to cook delicious food and make underwear. More importantly, there are so many masters in Southern Melody, but you can still resist. When you have nothing to do, you even compose a poem or a song. My daughter has to marry someone eventually. I'm not satisfied with marrying someone else. I'll give it to you. Only after love do you know how deep the wine is. After getting drunk, you know how strong the wine is. After using it, your body and mind will naturally obey. Can it be collected if it's scattered elsewhere? It's quite cheap. You can use it as you wish. There's no need to worry about wasting it. What about those people who are watching? The drones are managing it from the sky. Including Ran, Guazi, and the others who went back have completed their mission. They don't need to go anymore. Why do I feel more tired than fighting Tubo and the later Turks? The relationship between near and far involves oneself. There's a sense of insecurity. That's why it's tiring. Li Yi was also tired. During the war at the border, he provided the baggage and military equipment technical support. He did not care about the specific battles. Now that he was facing a conspiracy, he had to come up with specific methods. So if there was a war, try not to fight on home ground. The advantage of fighting on home ground was the geographical advantage and the combination of people. It was not a problem to win, but the losses were too great. Brother E, write a song for Ying. Oh, it's Princess Jinxian. Good, the flowers don't bloom for long. If they can be plucked, they must be plucked. It's not compatible with etiquette, right? Whose etiquette? Li Longji shouted. You've suppressed Buddhism. Do you care about Confucianism? Don't you just want to see the imperial family? Looking at others, do you still want to live? Do you live for others? Li Yi was shocked and nodded repeatedly. Got it, got it. Hurry up. After the new year, those few days are not bad. If you have just a little bit of medical skills, do you still need me to find an imperial physician to teach you? Li Longji was annoyed. Hurry up, everyone is waiting. Can my Yuan find anyone else other than you? Other women already have children at such an age. Li Yi did not care about himself. He was afraid that Li Longji and the others would care. He did not expect this to be the result of the etiquette. Where's Wintian? Where's my wife? Hurry up and hold her hand. There's no problem. Uncle, there's someone in your eyes and in your heart. Our Yuan Yuan will not suffer. Empress Wang was happy. Someone is digging a tunnel in Wentian Orchid Pavilion in Luoyang Palace. They want to dig under Wentian Orchid Pavilion. I don't care about this matter. Li Longji made his attitude clear. Go ahead and dig. I don't care. Dig with all your might. Then, wait for others to take action. It's not that I can't tolerate anything, but some people want to exterminate your family. Look at me. Even now, I don't want my family to be exterminated. It's not that I'm not cold enough, but I know what civilization is. Therefore, when some fair-skinned people use all kinds of flags and names to kill others, such people are not civilized. The word civilization has nothing to do with money or martial strength. It's about inheritance. Killing others and then claiming to inherit others' inheritance is a cancer to humanity. As Li Yi spoke, he scratched Princess Yongmu's palm with his finger. It's ticklish, Princess Yongmu whispered. Is it ticklish? Let's try it. Li Yi hugged Princess Yongmu's waist and moved his mouth closer. Princess Yongmu looked up. It's this man for the rest of my life. Anything is fine. I'll take the initiative. It's too, Xiaoyi, look what I found. A voice that seemed to be shaking in the soul sounded. Li Yi did not let go. He stubbornly hugged Princess Yongmu and looked at Baigu. Old Bai, you understand. If the matter isn't urgent enough, it means that you can't hold a position in the Ministry of Revenue in your current state. Chapter 2186. Don't try to scare me. Baigu blew his beard and glared. He took out something that looked like unpurified crystal sugar from his sleeve. If that large piece of sugar was replaced by crystal sugar, it would weigh 2 caddies. Looking at Baigu's expression, it was obviously not 2 caddies. Gold or gold nugget? Princess Yongmu's eyes lit up when she saw the item. The item was beautiful and was golden. Li Yi glanced at it. This is called pyrite ferrous disulfide. Not bad. It is good for extracting sulfur. Where did you find this? Or, it is valuable. I have the skills to process it. Iron? It looks so beautiful. How can it be iron? Baigu could not take it. He thought it was a large piece of gold. Old Bai, don't be anxious. With the current industrial base, this is more useful than gold. If there is no gold, I can use other things as collateral to print coupons. With the current level of industrial development, I cannot use gold. In fact, there might be gold, silver, or copper in the mines. Where did it come from? Whoa. Crouching Bull Mountain area. There should be some there. Li Yi comforted Baigu. It was good stuff, he was happy. Valuable. You are not lying to me. Baigu was disappointed. He thought it was a large piece of gold. It is not valuable in other people's hands, but in the hands of the Li family Zhuangzi it is valuable. I have the skills. Li Yi promised. Old Bai, don't cry. Baigu stretched out his hand. You take it. If it is valuable, you take it. Come, wrap it up and carry it. Old Bai, wash your hands. It contains sulfur and is irritating to the skin. Li Yi did not take it. My hands are clean, and I do not want to wash them again. Ching Song came over and took out a blue handkerchief to wrap the ore. Baigu looked at his hands and shook his sleeves. Xiao, why didn't you say so earlier? Will I fall sick? Don't worry. If you fall sick, I will treat you. Li Yi continued to comfort him. Aren't you going to do something bad to me if I disturb you? Baigu expressed his doubts. What good news? When Tian was thirsty and there was no water nearby, I decided to help her out. It's the same as artificial respiration. Bah, how can you forget about me in Jianghu? Bai Zhongshu, you were born in Jianghu. How can you forget Jianghu? The mortal world is like a tide. People are like water. Only a few people in Jianghu can return. Princess Yongmu was not happy. This old man will wash his hands of the golden basin and find someone to sing Laughter of the Vast Sea. Bai Gu used this sentence to escape. Dongzhu, this stone. Qing Song held the stone, which weighed 5 or 6 jin. Looks like old Bai and the others aren't willing to just sit around and wait for food. They sent people to explore the mines. Put it in the box. It was impossible for Li Yi to pick up the stone. It didn't matter if it weighed a few kilograms in the beginning, but it would get tiring after a long time. That was why there was a saying, 1,000 miles without carrying a book. Oh. Qing Song agreed and went to open the cub's suitcase. The cub put its hand on the lever, pulled and swung, and its left hand turned to its right hand, avoiding Qing Song. Qing Song was stunned and carefully looked at the cub's suitcase. How did it turn? It felt that the wheels didn't rub against the ground. Purple Jade, your suitcase seems to be different from mine. Qing Song opened his suitcase and put the stone. I asked the master in Zhuangzi to change the universal wheel. It can go anywhere. The cub didn't hide it. His suitcase was now loaded with the universal wheel, so it was very flexible. Why didn't I know? Qing Song was depressed. You know that you can run faster than me. Last time, Master Zheng called us and said that there was something he wanted us to help drag with the suitcase. You agreed and ran away. I stayed to help. But Master Zheng said that the current wheel was not good and that it was more suitable to install the universal wheel. I went to install it the next day. Master Zheng also added an extra steel plate in the suitcase. It's strong. The cub's voice was neither loud nor soft, so Li Yi could hear it anyway. Yes, now the support technology of the universal wheel is completed. The main problem is wear and tear. Everyone go and change it. Zhuangzi should be like you, Purple Jade, and help each other. There's no way out if you play tricks. Li Yi said. The universal wheel was not only a technical problem of design, but also a material problem. So Qing Song pulled 5 or 6 pounds of ore and followed behind, secretly crying. He lost this game, but he couldn't explain. If he said another word, it would be quibbling. The people above all knew what the situation was. If he didn't say anything, it would be better. If he argued, the people above would think that he was talking back. As the saying goes, those who can drown will drown, and those who are stubborn will be beaten to death. None of the palace maids and eunuchs who could be selected to work in the Li family Zhuangzi were stupid. Princess Yongmu smiled and said, Qing Song, next time a craftsman asks for help, remember to be the first one. The craftsman always has useful technology in his hands. Yes. Qing Song finally breathed a sigh of relief and responded gratefully. Li Yi didn't criticize, but Princess Yongmu did, which meant that the matter was not serious. The most terrible thing was to criticize, but if he didn't emphasize the seriousness, he would be a typical example. Hu Qing, Er's house was indeed not very good. There was a fence outside the courtyard, and the toilet was placed in the lowest southwest corner. There was a road more than 2 meters wide in the courtyard, paved with yellow sand, which was weathered stone. The east side of the road was a vegetable field. There was nothing planted now, but a ditch 2 meters wide and more than 10 meters long was dug in the middle of the vegetable field. There was a wooden frame and straw mats covering the top, which was used as a simple vegetable cellar. The vegetable field in front of the house had a grape trellis, and the grapevines could not be seen because they were buried. There were 2 bare cherry trees, and there were leftover leaves on the ground in the southeast corner. Li looked and nodded. The layout of each position was reasonable according to the terrain. Why wasn't the screw, vegetables, placed in the southwest corner? Because the terrain was low, there was a lot of water in the summer, and the screw, vegetables, did not grow well. As for the southeast corner, the terrain was higher, and the toilet of the house above was not far away. There was no need to fertilize, and the soil was enough. When eating, they just had to wash it clean, and the farmer's fertilizer was used. The cherry trees were short, and the windows of the courtyard were blocked by the cherry trees, but the sun's rays would not be blocked. The window of the house facing the door on the left was not blocked, and the road in the courtyard was open. This way, when people came in from the door, they would consider whether the people inside saw them. The house on the east side was 3 steps away from the courtyard. This courtyard had a low fence outside the fence, and there were green onions planted inside. If others wanted to eat green onions, they could get it by bending down. This was prepared for children. Children would eat green onions and feel that they were eating fruit, and would not continue to look inside. This layout and arrangement was not special, and many places did it like this. It was the wisdom of the Chinese people. There were even some apricot trees and red trees outside. If children wanted to eat them, they would climb the trees themselves or use a pole. Children knew how to pick the ripe ones and would not take too much at once. They would bring it home for their family to eat and say that they picked it from a tree. The elders in the family would understand that there were elders in the other party's family, and they had to go over to greet them during festivals. The canal in the west is too dirty. Did it come from the mountains in the north? Deal with it. Clean up the silt on both sides and use cement to make the slope. Li Yi finished looking at the layout and ordered the men to work. He knew what the people living in this place needed, and he knew it by looking at the surrounding terrain. It was as down to earth as possible. There was no need to look up information, and he understood. It was like this in his village. Chapter 2187. More craftsmen joined in to repair the canal. There was little water now. The roof of the house was lifted up. The original things were thrown away. The grass curtain. Thin brackets were added, the curtain was rehung, and the roof tiles were plastered. The chickens and ducks in Huqing, Er's house, were panicking and gathered around her. Coo, 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 caw, caw, caw. Li Yi made a sound and scattered the rice. Huqing turned her head and looked at Li Yi with a different gaze. She quickly turned her head away. Wu Ju looked at her with a smile on her face, but she sneered in her heart. Do you think no one here is familiar with the life of a farmer? If Li Yi was so easy to deal with, would it be your turn? Do you know how many people wanted to scheme against him, but failed? But you only know one thing, but not the other. For example, if you found 800 to 800 people to assassinate him, you would see fixed-point sniping and firepower coverage. The point is, you can't poison him even if you want to. Playing with poison in front of him is pure nonsense. Otherwise, why would I put Bao or beside him? Bao, Er's problem is his problem. The craftsmen did not care about other conflicts. They were happy to work. It was not easy to find a superior who could speak the same language. The people in the other courtyards came out and saw people helping to clean the smelly canal. The key was that when cleaning, the things dug out were piled up nearby and transported back home as fertilizer. Princess Yongmu leaned her head on Li Yi's chest and looked at him. This was her Li Lang. God bless the Tang dynasty. Zhang Juling sighed. He could not understand how Li Yi, who was alone in the imperial court a few days ago, could consider the problem of the canal in the village in the blink of an eye. Li Longji held a big bottle of essential oil in his hand. It was made of special essential oil. You still have the face to ask me what betrothal gift you want. How infuriating. Our yuan is given away just like that? Empress Wang laughed. So what if I don't? Will yuan like anyone else? No one can make red braised pork well. The same dish. How can Brother Yi's cooking be better than others? Li Longji found a problem. Brother Yi's cooking was better than the food in the cafeteria. Uncle is a medical student. The food in the cafeteria is mixed in flavor. Uncle cooks for everyone. You and I love to eat meals that other people wouldn't like to eat, but Uncle only cooks for you and me. Previously, the ingredients used for each batch of braised meatballs and brown sauce were adjusted and given to different people, including Yuan, a person who is proficient in medicine and cooking. As long as he puts his heart into cooking for a specific person, the other party will definitely find it delicious. Li Longji looked at his daughter leaning her head on Li Yi's shoulder and said angrily, "This is the lucky subject." Luckily, Yuan didn't lean on the wrong person. I will execute his entire family. Li Longji answered. Li Yi didn't have the time to think about his father-in-law's thoughts. He squatted down and grabbed the soil, pinched it, smelled it, and then put it into a small bag. He wouldn't taste it, not because he couldn't taste it, but because he was afraid of parasites. The degree of the soil could be tasted. He had tasted it before, but now it was dry. The onlookers felt that Li Dongzhu was the most handsome at this moment. What could be better about our soil? What could be added? The onlookers saw Li Yi's actions and knew that Li Yi's purpose was to help look at the soil. Previously, there was a test paper to compare the acid and alkali. It was the kind used for steaming buns. Dongzhu, don't fall. That place was covered with mud before. It was raining. You guys came over and spread the soil. There's only one layer. Someone knew the situation and reminded him loudly. He couldn't wait to pick up the stones in his yard and spread them under Li Yi's feet. Li Yi got up and lifted one of his feet. The sole of his shoe was shiny and full of texture. Then he exerted strength from his waist and used a spinning kick. His body flew 360 degrees and landed steadily on one leg. Good. Dongzhu is amazing. Another one. Shut up. What if another one falls? Who shouted for another one? Hit him. Li Yi cupped his fists and walked forward to continue looking at the soil. Hu Qing looked on in a daze. She wanted to say something a few times, but she held back. A 5 or 6-year-old child rushed over with a small fire shovel in his hand. It was a tool used to dig out dust from under the stove. There was no one around to stop him. Guizi frowned and relaxed. He judged that the other party was a child and not a short adult. Dongzhu here. Sometimes I don't dare to go to the outhouse to poop. I'm afraid I'll fall in. After I'm done, I'll scoop it up and throw it into the manure pit. The child handed Li Yi the small fire shovel and explained how to use it. The child didn't go to the outhouse for fear of falling in. He would poop outside and scoop it in. You can always see earthworms, right? I can see them with a scoop. There's also a small black worm that makes a ridge on the ground. Li Yi took the tool and asked, Yes, it's so long. If you accidentally cut it in half, you can still climb. There are worms too, but they're very small. The child had found a confidant. Whatever he saw, Dongzhu knew. I can smell the soap on your body. Your little hands are white. You blew bubbles, right? Did you put the bubbles on an ant and then the ant shrank into a small ball? Li Yi looked at the child and sniffed as he asked, You know this too? The child opened his eyes wide. My parents don't ask me. I'm just playing with it, secretly. Because ants and spiders are acidic. If you touch them with something alkaline, they will be neutralized. They will die. If you want to know the specific reason, study hard. When you learn well in school, there will be more things to teach you, including why some incense dishes can drive away mosquitoes or smoke them to death, and how to catch mice. Li Yi didn't talk to the child about the preciousness of life. That was too far away. He was guiding the child to understand the world and to study hard. This was a teacher with deep knowledge and care. It wasn't like when one graduated from the normal school and passed the examination or got a place through connections. Then one had to learn the process of other people's lectures and prepare for the lessons. That wasn't a teacher. It was a part of the business relationship. It wasn't that easy to be a teacher, and there were many people who sold their identity in the business. They shouldn't be called teachers. Whenever I gently walk past your window, how many teachers could ask themselves if they were worthy of this song? As for Li Shangyin's spring silkworm, until the end of the thread, until the candle turns to ashes, until the tears dry up. Then he was thinking too much. He wasn't writing about a teacher. Don't grab something and throw it at yourself. Li Yi was now a teacher. He guided the child. He didn't need the child's academic results to prove his title. It also didn't affect his income. His salary was given out every time. If Sun Xan hadn't thought of it, he wouldn't have gotten it. The money was too little. Sun Xan wasn't willing to care. The children didn't know so many things. They just felt that Dongzhu was good and explained things to them. Many things they didn't understand before, they understood once Dongzhu explained. Dongzhu, when I sleep now, I keep hearing gurgling sounds from the ground. My parents gave me medicine. I drank the medicine, but I can still hear it. A child ran up and said, looking very wronged. Chapter 2188. Li Yi looked at the child and took his pulse. After a while, he said, "Come back with me tonight. I'll use other things to check your pulse. I can't see anything wrong with your pulse. Is there anything good to eat? No, will I disturb you?" The child swallowed his saliva. The surrounding children looked on, but did not dare to make a sound. "Children, go, it will be lively. I will take a look at all of you," Li Yi said loudly. "Okay." The children cheered as if it was the new year. Some of the parents nodded their heads, while others smiled. They sent their children to eat and relax for a few days. Everyone worked together. Hu Qing, Er's house, was managed by a craftsman, while the commoners cleaned the ditch. Li Yi used a small robot to send cement, stones, and sand. "Dongzhu, the slope is not good. The water is too clear and children like water. If you go down in the summer, the slope," a craftsman came to Li Yi's side and whispered. Li Yi said loudly, "Shenlin is right. We can't have a slope, or the children will fall and injure themselves. Change it to a straight one and build a frame first." The craftsman was a big shot in Zhuangzi Zhengshenlin. He knew the ways of the world and did not want others to hear what he said. Li did not care. He had calculated wrongly, and it was not shameful. The craftsman in Zhuangzi had thought things through. "Dongzhu is too kind. Do you want to reward me?" Zhang Shenlin smiled and asked, "I will reward you with a big slap." Li Yi waved his hand. "Aya, I will go and take a look at the beam." Zhang Shenlin ran away after saying that. The people around him laughed. A group of people started to work on the roof. Wang Xiao Si stood on the ground and delivered things to the people on the roof. Li Yi had finished measuring his height. He was 35 meters tall, and with his arms, what kind of frame did he need? His physique is too good. Li Yi shook his head. Wang Xiao Si carried a few hundred kilograms at a time, and people were afraid of him walking on the gangplank. Give him a heavy machine gun and put it on his back, and he would be a moving point of fire. With that thought in mind, Li Yi glanced at Hu Qing. Coincidentally, Hu Qing was also looking at him. She quickly lowered her head, looking shy and timid. When Li Yi saw the other party's expression, he wished he could shoot her with his heavy machine gun. He tolerated it for the time being and cast a long line to catch a big fish. The sound the child heard was the sound of digging. No matter how much medicine he drank, it was useless unless he drank sleeping pills. First, he would bring Zhuangzi back. After dealing with him in a few days, he would naturally not hear anything. When the sky was dark, the house was finished. It was a little damp, so they had to burn charcoal in the house and move in 2 days later. Xiao Lan rushed over with a portion of the team and stood to the left of Princess Yongmu. Xiao Lan was not left-handed, so she could move to the right the fastest. If there was danger and someone shot an arrow, she could step in front of Princess Yongmu. With the burly bodyguards standing in position, only the front of Princess Yongmu had an angle of attack. However, the defense from this angle was actually the strongest. When Tian, find someone to invite Hu Qing, to stay in Li family Zhuangzi for 2 days. Li Yi squatted down and said to the little robot. The little robot moved slowly. When everyone set up the stove and was about to eat, the little robot came to Princess Yongmu's side and touched Princess Yongmu's leg. It lowered the volume of Li Yi's voice and told Princess Yongmu. "Okay." Princess Yongmu understood. "Xiaolan, you go and tell him later." "Okay, but you can't say that it was me who invited her, much less you." Xiaolan's eyes turned. "Who?" Princess Yongmu could not think of anything. Master Zheng's wife, Zhang Lian, the one in charge, said that the house's interior was renovated and that he would discuss it with Zhang Lian. Xiao Lan replied. Continue. Princess Yongmu still did not understand. When I invite her, Hu Qing, Li Dinyo, and Wang Xiaoxi will hint that she was bullied by Li Lang. Any man in Zhuangzi could be used as an excuse for Hu Qing. Zhang Lian is in charge of women's affairs and the workshop at the same time. Once Hu Qing has the chance to come into contact with the workshop, she will put her mind on finding out the secrets. Wang Xiaoxi and Li Dinyo will also go to Zhuangzi together. Zhuangzi has surveillance cameras, so they will see it first. This way, when Hu Qing really wants to frame someone, there will be surveillance cameras as evidence. There will not be any other men in her area. She will ask around and tell Li Dinyo. Li Dinyo has a lot of thoughts. Xiao Lan explained in a low voice, one after another. Princess Yongmu blinked and looked at Xiao Lan. Thank goodness, you have been by my side all these years. It has been hard on you. She remembered that the people by her side in the past had mysteriously changed places, and some had even met with accidents. Only Xiao Lan was always there. The people in charge of the harem's life had changed 3 times. She remembered that there was a manager who brought along a maid who was eloquent and detained the other maids, including Xiao Lan. Later, she found out that the maid was embezzling things with the manager. At that time, Xiao Lan was even slapped by the maid. She was unhappy, but Xiao Lan persuaded her not to be angry. In the end, on the 4th day, the manager and the maid both fell into the pond and drowned. They fell naked, and the embezzlement was exposed. After cleaning up his palace, Xiao Lan continued to stay by his side without showing herself. The maids by her side were changed many times, but Xiao Lan was always there. Xiao Lan shook her head slightly. It was not hard at all. The hardest time was when I was framed. At that time, I was not by your side. I was only 5 years old. When I was sent to Yeding Palace, I was afraid and wronged. I cried as I walked. When you passed by, you took my hand and told me not to cry. Then, you pulled me into your courtyard. At that time, I suddenly understood many things. Now it's all in the past. Other than you, no one can send me to Yeding Palace. I can't remember. I want to know how the manager and the maid fell into the pond. Princess Yongmu could not remember no matter how hard she tried. However, she remembered something else. I hinted that the princess was embezzling, and then I was slapped. I knew that the 2 of them ate together, not with eunuchs. I also knew that they liked to eat mushrooms, especially big mushrooms, because the mushroom's head was very similar to a man's. So, I bought some mushrooms that could make people hallucinate and made them myself. I found a house next to the pond and invited the 2 of them to eat, apologize, and have a mushroom feast. After a few bites, I went to bring back a new dish of mushrooms. When I brought it back, I spat out what I had eaten before. Then, I didn't expect the 2 of them to do that at the table. When I saw that it was about time, I shouted that there was a fire and told them to jump into the pond. Xiao Lan told her plan very calmly. The 2 of them were not wearing clothes, so they were not in the plan. If it was in the past, she would not say it. Once someone found out, it would be over. Now she was not afraid. She knew that Princess Yongmu would protect her. If Li Lang knew, he might laugh and praise her. Well done. I see. I finally solved a mystery in my heart. As for the other mysteries, you can arrange them later. Princess Yongmu did not want to ask any more. She was sure that it was one conspiracy after another. As Li Lang said, there was no love and hate in the world for no reason. Chapter 2189. Smoke lingered in the air, and a large iron pot was cooking. For today's chicken banquet, the commoners contributed their chickens that laid fewer eggs, as well as the hairy eggs that failed to hatch and were going to be sold. They were willing to treat Li Yi to a meal. Now that they were in their territory, they were the masters and could not let the guests treat them. Li Yi did not refuse. He ordered people to cook and stir-fry them with chili. When he returned, he would give benefits to the children he brought to Zhuangzi. At that time, he would be the master. The children would each make a few sets of clothes and bring gifts to their families when they returned. The commoners did not care about these chickens. Their lives were better, and they knew who it was because of. Simple people like them wanted to use this to express their gratitude. Otherwise, what else could they do? They could not bow 3 times, and they were not allowed to kowtow. Xiaolan went to find a young eunuch who served Wu Jiu and asked him to tell Hu Qing about going back to Zhuangzi. The reason why she found Wu Jiu's people was because Wu Jiu said that she would repair Hu Qing's house. Finding a eunuch did not involve matters between men and women, and it was slightly more formal. It was like entering Wu Jiu's personal space. Xiaolan had a good grasp of the situation, and she handled it with ease. Li Lang, I only found out about some things today. Xiaolan. Princess Yongmu talked about Xiaolan's situation. I already knew that this kind of thing was recorded. Therefore, even if Xiaolan did not fight well at some times, the final result was her victory. Ability is not a problem. Attitude is a problem. For the imperial family, loyalty is the most important. A meal of kindness must be repaid, and a grievance must be avenged. That is why the wind blows and the water turns cold, and the warrior leaves and never returns. Li Yi would investigate how Xiaolan entered Princess Yongmu's side. Xiaolan was persecuted, and she matured overnight. Many people were like this, suddenly becoming sensible. Have you seen a 4-year-old child cooking with an earthen stove in order to survive? She had to cook for her disabled family and wash clothes. Have you seen a 14-year-old child who had to be coaxed and fed by her parents before she could open her mouth to eat? Have you ever seen a 7 or 8-year-old child farming, harvesting, cutting grass, and feeding pigs? Have you ever seen a child say something like, I know that you guys are helping me, but I also know that I have to rely on myself. Only then will you guys feel that it's right? Xiaolan was one of them. She wanted to repay their kindness and survive. In the future, Xiaolan won't have to suffer anymore. Li Lang, don't you agree? Princess Yongmu understood. Xiaolan was the kind of person who was willing to repay kindness. If you say so. Li Yi gave such an answer. Yes. Princess Yongmu nodded vigorously. Xiaolan came back after finishing her work. She carried a small plate with a big goose leg on it. It was braised. A large steamer was used to make the stew, which was a stainless steel pressure cooker. At that time, Li Yi was selling braised food. Normal braised food was too time-consuming, so he used high-pressure barrels. Someone contributed a big goose. Xiaolan put down the small tray and said, Why did you bring out the goose? Princess Yongmu was puzzled. In the village, they always fight back and forth. They win every time and watch over the goose. But when their children play with the geese, this goose pinches the child. This means that the goose doesn't have a place for its master in its heart, only its own place. It's too arrogant. It's like a dog. If it bites someone, it will definitely die. It won't leave anyone alive. If the goose pinches the child, then it will be killed. Xiaolan introduced the goose's life. It could bully other people's geese. If the young master wanted to play with the goose, it dared to pinch it. Kill. When the goose bullied other people's geese, the master was happy. When the goose was too arrogant and turned around to pinch the baby, the goose's ending was set. This thing only had a first time and countless times. It would pinch the baby today, and it would pinch again tomorrow. Could it be that the baby couldn't play in the courtyard? Hiding from you, a goose, all day long? Look at my big dog. When my baby hits it, it has to consider the angle to dodge. If the baby loses its balance and falls, the big dog won't let that position be empty, even if it turns its head to take the hit. The big dog's normal upright height is higher than the baby, and it doesn't need to grab the ground to stand up. It has to adjust its position so that the baby won't fall when it hits it. There's also the cat. Cats are wild and unruly. When facing the baby at home, the cat also knows that when the baby reaches out its paw, it can't show its sharp claws. When the baby hits the cat can react, but it can't scratch the baby. The cat slaps the baby's hand away, which is its last stubbornness and dignity. Once it shows its claws and scratches the baby, it can run away. Hurry up! Don't wait for the baby's family to find out. Therefore, the goose that pinched the baby only left a short legend in the poultry world, letting other poultry know who is the boss of the family. The goose is wrong. The baby is playing with it. Why pinch it? The baby's skin can be broken. Li'i felt sorry for the goose. The baby wants to ride the goose. This is only a male goose. The baby went to ride the female goose. The male goose thought. Xiaolon suddenly stopped talking and lowered her head with a red face. It thought the baby would sit on the female goose and die, so it resisted. Li'i helped to smooth things over. In his heart, he thought, whose child is this? Can a goose be ridden? You can ride a big dog. Dogs can, but it requires skill. Otherwise, they will fall. A dog's waist is its weakness, just like a wolf's. Wolves have copper heads, iron bones, and tofu waists. Ordinary people can't beat a lone wolf. In a one-on-one fight with a hunter, dealing with a lone wolf is a matter of one arm bone. If the wolf bites the arm, the hunter will coil around the wolf's body. At that moment, the wolf will lose the space to move and can only bite with its mouth. The hunter will use his legs to stabilize the wolf and can still free one hand. At critical moments, people will not feel pain when they are injured. Adrenaline is secreted. With one hand free, there is no need to hold a weapon. You just need to use your finger to poke the wolf's eyes all the way to the brain. When encountering winged knights, the winged knights will even use their mouths and limbs to hold the wolf in place. They will bite the wolf's skin and blood vessels bit by bit. The baby was pinched and let go. It stopped playing, but the male goose continued to pinch. The baby cried. If the goose didn't die, Xiaolon looked at Hu Qing's house as if she was referring to something. Ouch! Xiaolon covered her face with both hands. She was hit. Not on the face, but somewhere else. That's right. Reward. Li'i said at the same time. He hit her. Are you trying to play tricks with me? Can't you just say it directly? The meal lasted until the moon rose. The house was cleaned, the ditch had to be watered, and the wooden frame was not removed. The sleeping children were placed in the car and brought back to Zhuangzi. They will probably lose their sense of direction temporarily when they wake up. In a new environment, the first thing they think about when they open their eyes is where they are. The team left and returned to Zhuangzi. This village is not far from Zhuangzi. As for why, isn't it obvious? Hu Qing entered Zhuangzi. Wang Xiaoxi and Li Daniu followed her in. The two of them did not know their own situation. Once they entered Li family Zhuangzi, they went to take a bath. The big pool was open 24 hours a day. On the other side, perhaps someone decided not to be watched at night and came out. For example, that Jiulang. The drones of the people in the sky instantly locked onto the target and continued to track, analyze, and collect data. Chapter 2190. The moon in the sky was gradually becoming round. The moonlight was cold, but Luoyang Palace was bustling with activity. The night life of the people who earned money gradually became richer. A large number of food stalls appeared. Seafood was the most common. Pan-fried fish, deep-fried fish fillets, grilled fish, all kinds of big and small shrimps, fried balls with bean dregs, and shrimps today. 2 carriages of shelled oysters were shipped in during the day. At night, everyone began to prepare the oysters according to the methods taught by the Li family Zhuangzi publicity team. There was little starch, so everyone fried the oysters with flour and eggs. Then they added a variety of shredded vegetables to make the oysters fresh and fragrant. It was an imitation of oyster pan-fried. Li once had a time when the local people were poor and could only eat oysters for every meal. It was just like how the people in Luoyang were so poor that they had no choice but to eat chicken and eggs. These oysters, scallops, and sea rainbows were not for the poor. A large one cost 50 cents, a medium one cost 30 cents, and a small one cost 15 cents. The person called Jiulang by Ji Yijing strolled around slowly. Occasionally, he would stop in front of a stall and slightly lower his head. You actually know how to counter surveillance. Unfortunately, you don't know that we are not on the same level. Li Yi sipped his wine and ate seafood while looking at the screen. The salt-baked prawns are delicious. Brother Yi, how about the wine? Li Longji peeled the prawns himself. The wine came from the palace. His wine was very old. 2 years ago, Li Yi helped to filter the wine and continued to store it in the cellar. Li family Zhuangzi would produce thousands of tons of wine every year and package it in oak barrels. The older the wine, the better, unless it was too old. That person was drinking history, not taste. Li Yi said that he was helping the people solve the overproduction problem, but in reality, he wanted to make a lot of money. The price of the wine depended on how he advertised it. Currently, the price of 3 kinds of wine in the Tang dynasty was the ceiling. It could not be more expensive. It was $10,000 per bucket. Good wine, Xinfeng wine, and sake wine. Sake wine referred to wine that was filtered very cleanly. It was not the sake wine of the Japanese Empire. The Japanese Empire still used rice to ferment wine. Li Yi did not buy wine unless he was stupid. He drank from the palace and did not pay. It's all right. I can still drink it and swallow it. To be honest, Li Yi had drunk a lot of red wine. Today's wine was just passable. Li Qingqi was eating salt-baked potatoes. He didn't want to eat shrimp. He was tired of eating seafood. He drank a mouthful of beer. Next year, Luoyang Palace will be busy again. You called for a registration, and a house on the 1st floor has to be built on the 3rd floor. The timing is tight. When he came here just now, he heard Bai Zaifu shouting that he needed oxygen and ginseng soup. He looked like he couldn't take it anymore. You don't pay taxes. Those who burn bricks and cement pay their taxes, and they keep an eye on me all day. Didn't we agree on this? The commoners will give up the land and build 3-story houses. I'll give the commoners the upper 2 floors and use the lower floors to build shops. I'm using the land of the commoners, so why should I pay taxes to the imperial court? When renting the shop, you have to give me back my capital first before charging me the rental tax. However, after renting a shop, they will pay taxes when they do business. Won't that make them rich? Li Yi looks at the screen and talks about serious business. Zhu Lang is not worth discussing too much. The other party's ending is already set. I guarantee to kill him, and he doesn't even need to practice. Looking at the other party's layout, are they bullying me? Can't we live peacefully? You are not targeting the imperial family and me, but what's your goal? If you are an aristocratic family or a large clan, haven't I given you time and time again investment opportunities and support? If you can't live peacefully with me, don't blame me for being ruthless. If you are an enemy, needless to say, I'll deal with you to death. Brother Yi, I've peeled a prawn for you. Li Longji puts a salt-baked prawn he peeled on Li Yi's plate. It was a prawn more than a centimeter long. Thank you, third brother. Li Yi didn't mind. Brother Yi, the money from renting shops will eventually be passed on to the consumers. Li Longji looks like he knows a lot. Third brother, are you talking about the local people? When the local people are affected by the price inflation, they will earn more money. In the future, Haizhou will be an important port. In fact, the foreign merchants want to dock in Guangzhou the most. Then, they will switch to Quanzhou, Hangzhou, and Haizhou. Since there are trains, the foreign merchant ships that dock in Haizhou will want to reach Luoyang, followed by Chang. Li Yi understood what Li Longji was talking about. Luoyang was important. When the time comes, the economy will be prosperous, and the people will earn more money. Chang's biggest role now is military support. Next, they will use the current political and economic situation in Chang and to reopen the Silk Road. Li Longji thought about it and agreed. He nodded. Very good. Li Qingqi peeled a small potato with his hands. There was a layer of salt on the skin. The private kilns that burn cement make too much money, right? That's why they are being led by me to invest in other places where the economy is not good. At the same time, I can also sell them kerosene lamps, bicycles, and so on. Li Yi understood. Li Qingqi felt that others were making too much money. According to this big brother's thinking, others can't make too much money, and everyone should take it slow. People like you, Huaid, and the others are guilty. Why do you have so much money? Li Yi smiled. Brother, as long as they are willing to think for the imperial court and don't break the law, encourage them to develop. We can't control all the transactions in our hands. That's called a state-owned enterprise. There's a problem with state-owned enterprises. The people who manage them earn less money, so they will think of other ways to make money. Some of the officials want to leave their names in history, but they don't care about the managers who do business. I couldn't think straight for a moment. Li Qingqi smiled apologetically. In the future, continue to praise the officials. The children of the officials can enjoy and build more memorial arches. Let the people around know that those who are rich are not as respected as those who seek wealth for the people. It's not just about glory, but also about money. Li Yi wanted to develop the economy, but he didn't want to raise the status of the merchants too high. What about those officials? This was the reason why scholars, farmers, businessmen were ranked. Performers were not included in this list. Performers gradually rose to prominence in the Republic of China, and they were influenced by Western culture. Later, because of propaganda, performers in the military rose to the top. After that, reform and opening up, everything looked to the West, and performers filled the spiritual needs of the people. The other side attacked and used political power to clean up the folk arts and set the scope of creation. Now that the status of the merchants was raised, what about the officials who were devoted to the people? Only when the merchants paid enough taxes could their children participate in imperial examinations. At the same time, the salaries of the local officials were raised, and they had additional benefits. Li Longji and Li Qingqi fell into a state of contemplation at the same time after hearing this. Li looked and ate by himself. At the same time, he stared at the person on the screen. That person called Ninth Young Master actually bought a pile of small crabs and fried them. The train didn't specially transport small crabs like Chinese square crabs and Chinese velvet crabs. They were as big as a coin. These small crabs were obviously brought along with other marine products. After the carriage was cleaned, a large pile of them was swept out for a coin or even for free. The people bought or picked them up, put them on, and fried them. They were crispy. He really knows how to eat. Li Yi was craving for them. If he brushed some garlic chili sauce on them, they would taste better. Chapter 2191. Li Yi knew how to eat these small crabs that were common by the sea. They could be fried, but eating them directly was not right. Who would want to eat small crabs all the time? Eat them as potato chips? How would they be steamed? They were so big that they couldn't be cooked, right? The people were too lazy to catch these small crabs when there was no oil. Now that there was plenty of oil, they could fry them. If they didn't eat them today, they would have to throw them away tomorrow. I have to write in the newspaper that the small crab rolls are delicious and have calcium supplements. They also have a bit of freshness. Li Yi looked at Jilong on the screen and said how to make small crabs. Ha 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 ha, Li Longji laughed heartily. If the other party knew what Brother Yi valued, would he be so depressed that he would commit suicide? Ha! Li Qingqi expressed his support. When is the most comfortable time? The opponent is working hard to scheme. Let's watch them scheme. He was obviously watching that person, but what he said had nothing to do with that person. Brother Yi saw other people eating fried crabs, but the first thing he thought of was rolls. Couldn't he show some respect to the opponent? Julan on the screen didn't know that someone was watching him. He was looking back and forth while eating, trying to act natural. Judging from his behavior, he was afraid. At the same time, he was worried that he would be watched and found out about the Li family Zhuangzi's methods. As long as someone came into contact with the Li family Zhuangzi's people, they would definitely be watched. No one was an exception. Therefore, he had to be bold and careful. He had to be absolutely cautious. The people are really bold. They collected small crabs. Even if they didn't cost money, they still had to pay the time cost. Moreover, they fried some crabs first and put them there for people to see. A skewer costs a few cents. After deducting the oil, they won't earn much unless the quantity is large. Look, there aren't many people eating fried crabs, but they take up space in the stall. Li Yi continued to talk about the people. Now that the people were being watched, the clues slowly connected. There was a tunnel under the house that Hu Qing'er bought. There was a tunnel under the house from Chongjue Temple to Xuanshan Square's Tongxiang Pavilion. The tunnel was being dug to Tsihui Square's Tongxiang Pavilion across the road. At present, 3 key people had appeared. Wasn't that all? What else? Wait, take it slow. Oh, and that monk who was covering for me. You want to chant the Diamond Sutra? Fine, I'll let you chant it. Everything that was possible was like a dream, a bubble, and a shadow. Like dewdrops and lightning. One should observe the situation as it is. Since you're so obedient, let's see how involved you are. If you participate too much, you will die and meet in the next life. If you participate too little, you will mine in this life. On the screen, Zhu Lang bought 2 skewers and chatted while looking around. After eating, he continued to stroll around. This is a classic example of a lack of funds. If it were me, I would just take it with me and go to a smaller stall to buy other things to eat and drink. Sai, I can't keep up with the business. Li Yi commented on the other party's level of professionalism. No, it's too bad. If I find someone like this to sell medical equipment, I'll be done for. How can I keep up? Li Longji wanted to understand. What did this have to do with business ability? If I had business in Luoyang, I would eat from all the stalls and shops. I guarantee that I won't be able to finish them. I have to master them in half a month. Then I would just order from the stall owner and the shopkeeper, order a bunch of dishes, eat a mouthful of each dish, pay the bill, leave and go to another stall. In 5 days, I can eat from all the famous places in Luoyang Palace. In 10 days, I can choose to eat from 3 places. In 15 days, because I always order a bunch of dishes and only eat a little. Most of the shopkeepers and stall owners know me. Li Yi looked at Zhu Lang and continued to stroll around. He talked about his routine and threw money at him. He didn't say that he took out 4 types of cigarettes, Su Yen, Yun Yen, Gui Yen, and dry tobacco. They were all top-price cigarettes that the state required to not exceed 100 yuan in a box. After choosing the cigarettes, he gave one to the waiter when he was eating. When he had mastered the place, he would contact the hospital and the people from the committee. In special and remote places, such as the villa, when he chatted with others, they would talk about eating, and the other party would tell them what kind of food was good. They would go along with it and secretly send messages. At the same time, they would pay more. Don't consider the transportation fee. This place didn't allow takeout. No problem. They would pay. They all knew each other. Then they would chat while eating. As long as the other party said they wanted to eat, they would send it over one after another. This was called business ability. These things added up to 500,000 yuan. How many 500,000 yuan would he earn if he took down a regional agency? Li Yi explained this operation to Li Longji and Li Qingqi in another way. Both of them were stunned. Because they kept their mouths shut and didn't dare to make a sound, they were only stunned. The 2 of them had never heard of such an operation. Shouldn't it be a poetry gathering or something? Why was it so obvious? Brother Yi, where's Wentian? Li Longji reminded. Wentian, no, Yuan, my daughter. Hurry up. It's best if you let me hold a grandson. Sleeping, right? 3rd brother. Do you want my woman to accompany you to drink? Li Yi said with a look of, I misjudged you, 3rd brother. I want to chop you to death. Li Longji took off his shoe and swung it at Li Yi. Just kidding. 3rd brother, don't be like this. Look at the screen. Who's eating fried sandwiches again? Ouch, you're really hitting me? Oh my God, you're throwing shoes. Your shoes are too heavy. I'll change them for a lighter one later. Big brother, save me. Li Yi was being chased by Li Longji. He didn't dare to fight back and dodged all kinds of attacks. Li Yi hurriedly went forward and hugged Li Yi. Third brother, calm down, calm down. Big brother, let go. You're hugging the wrong person. I'm running. Okay, I understand. Let me say something. Li Yi, who was being hugged by Li Qingqi, had an epiphany. The two brothers were ganging up to hit him. Third brother, don't hit him first. Brother Yi, I'll protect you. You say it. Li Qingqi hugged him even tighter. I suddenly thought of a way to balance the relationship between civil and military officials. At the same time, both of them are under His Majesty's control. Li Yi looked at Li Longji's shoes. He was afraid that his father-in-law's feet would catch a cold, so he hurriedly said. Tao Hong, Qing Song, and the others who were helping to prepare the food were shivering. They looked down at their feet, searching for the truth. They didn't see or hear anything. The most important thing was that their heads were buzzing. They felt like they had lost their memories. It was the selective kind. This was an illness. Brother Yi, there was a big centipede on but just now. I wanted to help you fight it, but it ran away. Li Longji put down his shoes and put them on. I saw it just now too. I stretched out my arms to help brother Yi catch it, but it still ran away. Li Qingqi finally let go of his hands. Thank you, brothers. I can't thank you enough. Li Yi wiped his tears. You two are too inhumane. Where were we just now? Li Longji asked. Balancing civil and military officials. Brother Yi was the one who said it. Li Qingqi followed. Yes, the separation of military and government. His Majesty must have absolute control over the military. The administrators can only supervise but not command. Li Yi looked at the people around him when he answered. Who said that I was going to be beaten by my father-in-law just now? A group of palace maids and eunuchs squatted down at the same time. It's here, it's here. Catch it, don't let it bite Dongzhu. A group of people ran over. When they saw it, they clapped their hands and stomped their feet. Li looked and sighed. I didn't kill the ant, but the ant died because of me. Pine Tree once again performed a meritorious service. He actually discovered a small ant. Chapter 2192. So brother Yi also has a grudge against ants. Ha ha ha. When Li Longji heard Li Yi's words, he couldn't help but want to laugh. Aren't they ants on the screen? Li Yi quickly found an excuse to defend the palace maids and eunuchs who were besieging an ant. Then the ant ran away. The palace maids and eunuchs stomped and slapped, but they didn't hit it because someone was blowing. Tao Hong, Qing Song, and the others were very smart. It was not that the ant couldn't be killed, but it was not good to kill the ant at this time. Li family Zhuangzi didn't like to kill. He bought old horses and donkeys and raised them until they died. Dongzhu was kind and rarely killed people. He only killed once or twice, so he was still a good person. Brother Yi, is it good to separate the military and politics? Li Qingqi stopped joking. The military should be controlled by His Majesty, and the administration should be the responsibility of the officials. The officials have military power, and the people are not the people, and the soldiers are not the soldiers. In the end, the military is under the control of civil affairs. The local government is in charge of the army and has great power. The subordinates can prey on the people, and the superiors can deceive the imperial court and even raise bandits for their own sake. Li Yi proposed a new reform plan to take back the military power in the hands of the officials. What if the generals don't control the administration and want to use the excuse of raising military funds to invade the place? Li Qingqi was afraid that the generals would be forced into a corner. For example, the generals guarding Tubo and Sulu, the place was their own. The local people were under their control, and if they organized the army and wanted to change the place, wouldn't they rebel immediately? Slowly transfer the soldiers from other places and transfer the soldiers from other places to other places. Li Yi immediately gave a solution. At that time, most of his people joined the army, and there were too few who could stay in the local area. Basically, they would be sent to other places to prevent the generals from using the local soldiers to cause trouble and also to prevent mutiny because of the soldiers' families. Li Longji listened and recalled what he said before. Compulsory soldiers? Compulsory soldiers are allowed to stay in the army for a certain period, and they are called voluntary soldiers. The name can be changed, but the content remains the same. At that time, the generals will be selected from the local soldiers to prevent the aristocratic families from monopolizing. Li Yi continued to follow the plan. He felt that this model was very good. There was no need for the weak to fight against the strong, and there was no need to worry about the local army rebelling. For example, the generals guarding Suaya City and Tubo's borders. Once the soldiers elsewhere are trained, transfer them over to assist in the defense. After a period of time, transfer your local soldiers to other positions. If he didn't agree, it meant that he had the intention to rebel. Would he dare to start a rebellion? Li Longji nodded slightly. Can it be done in 3 years? As long as I have the money, I can do it next year, Li Yi said jokingly. Where did the transfer of troops come from? Li Longji glared at Li Yi. 16 guards. Everyone in the 16 guards is literate. When they arrive at their destination, they will be promoted to corporal and lead soldiers for a year or so. The soldiers who had been brought out by the 16 guards were also literate and had received education. Select the best among them and send them to other places to be sergeants. As long as there is enough food and money, they won't have any rebellious thoughts. Li Yi explained. He wasn't joking. He was serious. We have the manpower, so why can't we send the 16 guards? Protect the capital? The capital doesn't need them. After they finish their work, they will be rewarded when they return. Okay. Li Longji didn't say whether it was okay or not. He was thinking about the problem of money. Should the money be used for economic development or military development? If it was used for economic development, they could earn more money. After the imperial examination, for those who didn't pass, we will look at their specific situation. For example, they can answer medical questions. If they are lacking in other questions, we will ask them if they are willing to study medicine. The examinees who can participate in the examination have no problem reading medical books. In terms of learning, they will be tested again. Their ability to use their hands and brains must be strong. Li Yi changed the topic. He hadn't thought about whether to solve the problem of the military immediately. There was no problem with the military at the moment. The soldiers who had won the war this year were rewarded with many things and exchanged coupons. Li Qingqi raised his wine cup. How many people do we need to study medicine? 100 times the current number is not enough. Li Yi followed and raised his cup. What about the future of studying medicine? Li Qingqi asked again. In the future, they will go to other places where there are fewer doctors to work as doctors. They will be managed by the imperial court and will be given a salary. Whoever can cure more patients will get an increase in salary. Whoever solves a certain difficult disease will get a large reward. In this way, some people will be willing to study medicine and be respected at the same time. If they do well, they will also be remembered in history and won't be worse than the officials. In the future, when the medical system needs officials, they will be selected. At that time, they will become officials again. Li Yi finished speaking and drank. He smacked his lips and ate. Li Longji and Li Qingqi understood. It was like a department set up by the Ministry of Revenue. The current Imperial Medical Department was increasing in number, but there was a shortage of capable doctors. They usually served the imperial family, studied medicine, and planted medicinal herbs. According to Brother Yi, there will be many doctors in the Tang dynasty in the future. Even in remote areas, the people could be treated nearby. If ordinary medicinal herbs were sent over, wouldn't they be planted? Tang Qingdai Medical Foundation. The little girl said that she had a dream. In the dream, she could plant medicinal herbs in many places. Then Brother Yi directly implemented it. It was so comfortable to be a disciple. Master helped to treat fatal diseases, helped to realize dreams, and made delicious food. Oh, right. I can also learn medicine, right? Yes, learning medicine is very important. The three of them chatted. On the screen, Zhu Lang entered a shop. The shop sign said wine. It was a place that sold wine. It seemed that he went in to sell wine. Corn and sweet potatoes can both be used to make wine. The former can be used to make white wine with high alcohol content, and the latter can be used to make yellow wine. Next year, I will choose some of them to make wine for everyone to try. The remaining distiller's grains can be used to make food like other distiller's grains. Tomorrow, I will ask Wintian to sell roasted sweet potatoes. The weather is still cold and suitable for eating roasted sweet potatoes. When Li Yi talked about sweet potatoes, he thought of asking Princess Yongmu to sell roasted sweet potatoes together. He felt that hot roasted sweet potatoes were more delicious when it was cold. However, people in hot places also ate roasted sweet potatoes, and the business was good. When he was in Sanya, the temperature was 30 degrees below zero, and there were people riding bicycles to sell roasted sweet potatoes. When he saw it for the first time, he was dumbfounded. How could it be like this? Don't look at the month on a hot day. Sanya was not cold in November, and people wore shorts and skirts. How could they eat roasted sweet potatoes? Shouldn't it be the feeling of warmth and sweetness from eating a roasted sweet potato when the snow was falling and the cold wind was howling? He was curious and went to ask. The other party told him that the business was good. They sold 2 big baskets of sweet potatoes a day. Now, the weather in Luoyang would sometimes drop to 0 degrees Celsius in the morning and in the afternoon, and sometimes it would exceed 18 degrees Celsius. Don't burn your hands. No one's hands can be burned. Li Longji reminded him. His daughter's hands could not be burned. Brother Yi's son-in-law's hands could not be burned either. He was counting on someone to suddenly fall ill and undergo surgery. Wear thick gloves. They are made of pure cotton, Li Yi promised. As they talked, they realized that Zhu Lang, who had entered Fu Jiafang, did not come out. Did he drink himself to death? To the north of Fu Jiafang is Xuanshan Square. Dig a tunnel. Just dig there. Li Yi thought of a situation. Chapter 2193. Good. Li Longji said calmly. How dare they fight us if they don't have the ability? Li Qingqi sneered. Ever since the news of us coming to Luoyang spread, we've been making arrangements. This way, as long as we stumble, others will be tempted. Li Yi didn't care about their plans, but he was angry. Can't they just live peacefully? Can't they just watch the Tang dynasty prosper? Exactly. Li Longji picked up a big prawn and continued to peel it. Seeing that we're in a mess, other families and forces will feel that there's an opportunity. At least they can see the dawn. Li Qingqi raised his head and drank the rest of the wine in his cup. Unfortunately, they don't know how strong we are. All conflicts and contradictions eventually come down to force. He directly said, Why should I give up the position of crown prince? I can't beat third brother. I don't want to be the second Li Jianqing. The Black Tortoise Gate is not a good place. Perhaps he didn't want the people of the Tang dynasty to suffer. Look at Brother Yi. He could be the emperor at any time, but he never wanted to. The winged knights were trained by him, and the 16 guards were also changed because of him. He stayed in Zhuangzi all day and ordered others to do work. Look at how he forced old Bai No by Zaifu. Li Yi peeled a small potato. People are unwilling to accept our mistakes. Naturally, they're willing to play dirty tricks in secret. As he spoke, he looked at the screen and confirmed that Zhu Lang wouldn't come out. They're good at digging tunnels. Digging under the river requires a lot of work. Aren't they afraid of flooding? Did they hire someone who used to be a tomb raider? Li Yi believed that the other party had professionals. After capturing such people, he would let them dig train tunnels. The image on the screen suddenly changed. It was a drone. It was a problem with the angle. This time, there are less than 100 people. Some people will think that they can avoid the death penalty. What do you think, Brother Yi? Li Longji wanted to kill people. He didn't want to practice. He wanted to practice after killing people. He asked Li Yi if he needed to practice until he died. If he needed to, he could train one to death every day. Li Yi understood. No, I can't deliberately kill him on the operating table. I can personally swing a machete and chop off his head, but I absolutely cannot accept using a scalpel to kill a person on the operating table. Li Yi expressed his attitude. This was his belief. None of the prisoners on death row who were used for practice died on the stage. Some of them even had other illnesses that he helped treat. That's why Brother Yi's medical skills are superb. Li Longji praised. What if the enemy is injured and lying in front of you and needs treatment? Li Qingqi asked a difficult question. The palace maids and eunuchs all looked up. What should they do? I'll try my best to save him. After he's saved, I'll drag him outside and kill him. Li Yi didn't even pause for a second. Saving people was medical ethics. Kill is the enemy. The two do not conflict. Of course, it doesn't matter if we don't manage to save him. It'll save us a lot of trouble. I reckon that our mentality will be affected when we try to save him, and we might not be able to use our skills as well. Li Yi admitted to another situation. His mentality was different. He was thinking about things while saving people. It was a kind of involuntary. Drink. Let's watch for another half an hour. If he doesn't come out, we'll go back and rest. Li Longji gave the peeled prawns to Li Yi. Eat. I'll bring Yuan out to play tomorrow. Light snow fell quietly before dawn. It melted as soon as it landed on the ground. It was still drifting nonstop. It's -2 degrees Celsius. The three of us will sell roasted sweet potatoes after breakfast. We can't eat too much sweet potatoes in the morning. Our stomachs won't feel good. Li Yi was drinking pumpkin and crab porridge. He sent a message yesterday. There were many crabs in Haizhou. They were big in size and had little meat. They couldn't be used to eat meat, but they were suitable for making porridge. They arrived at Li family Zhuangzi before dawn. 2 carriages of Zhuangzi were enough to make porridge. There were too many people. The naturalized guards in the southwest, the more than 60,000 people in Bohai, the people in Zhuangzi, the families of the court officials, and the people in the palace. A big crab was cut into 4 pieces and boiled in the porridge. Everyone could get at least 3 pieces. However, there was still meat in the crab's small claws and big pincers. There was so much meat that they could cook for lunch and give it to the children as snacks. How much is it per catty? Princess Yongmu found it difficult to set the price. If it was set too high, ordinary people couldn't afford it. If it was set too low, she felt that it was a loss. 1 coin per catty. Each person can buy at most half a catty of roasted sweet potatoes at a discounted price. If you want to buy more, it'll be 10 coins per catty. The roasted sweet potatoes we take out are small. We'll leave the seeds for the big ones. No matter what the reason is, we'll pick out the small ones to eat. When the time comes, we'll set up the equipment and take photos. Everyone can sell roasted sweet potatoes for a second time at a cheaper price. Li Yi gave the price. Everyone could buy half a catty for 50 cents. Is it high or low? Xiao Lan couldn't tell. It's high, 10 coins per catty. When we promote it, we say that 1 mu of land can produce a few thousand catties. Others think that it's 10 coins per catty. Li Yi told the 2 of them. He deliberately set the price like that. The price of roasted sweet potatoes and sweet potatoes were very different. When he was selling sweet potatoes, he only bought 15 to 21 catties of roasted sweet potatoes. There were also some that sold around 5 yuan per catty. When others sold roasted sweet potatoes, they couldn't sell them according to the price of sweet potatoes. They bought them in large quantities and sold them wholesale. There were even some that sold at 60 cents per catty. They sold them at 5 tons, and the buyer was responsible for the transportation fee. When the time comes, the people will love to plant them. I know. Xiao Lan nodded. We can't plant them all. We don't have so many sweet potato vine cuttings. We still have to plant other food crops. We'll plant them here first. We'll leave some for them and collect the rest as seeds. We'll send them to remote areas. The production of sweet potatoes can be maintained even if the land is barren. Eating too much is not good for the stomach and intestines. It's better than not having any food when the time comes. When you eat, don't just eat the sweet potatoes. Mix them with other food. It's not a problem to use potatoes as a staple food. Just steam them and dip them in some salt. Li Yi calculated that after 3 years, there would be a lot of dried sweet potatoes in the Tang dynasty. They could be eaten as snacks. By then, the newspapers would write what kind of people could not be eaten. Okay, I'll eat quickly. After eating, I'll roast them. It'll take some time to roast them. Where can we sell them? After saying that, Princess Yongmu lowered her head and ate faster. She didn't eat the staple food and only drank the pumpkin and crab porridge. She wanted to leave some space for roasted sweet potatoes. Bring more people and sell them at the entrance of Luoyang Palace's Grief Field Square. Li already had plans. Sell them to the people in Grief Field Square. Princess Yongmu swallowed the porridge with great effort and asked in surprise, "How can the people in Grief Field Square be rich? Let them eat for free. If they eat happily, others will be willing to buy. We'll do a good deed and do some publicity. We'll earn some money while we're at it. If we still want to sell tomorrow, we'll go to the entrance of Luoyang Palace's official school. There won't be a problem for the children to eat some sweet potatoes. Call the little girl and Guizong. Let them take their pulse and see if they're fit to eat sweet potatoes. People who already have gas won't be able to eat it." Li Yi also thought about this point. It wasn't a problem. Therefore, the 3 of them stopped talking. They lowered their heads and ate, preparing to go out and make money. Chapter 2194. Li Yi's team set out as the sun couldn't be seen. It was snowing lightly. One after another, Li Longji didn't leave Zhuangzi, so Guizi followed Li Yi. There were a total of 20 ovens for roasting sweet potatoes. The charcoal had already been burned. They could roast 2 batches of sweet potatoes on the way. They would change places to store them, and then put them in the ovens to reheat. 15,000 pounds of sweet potatoes were prepared. It was estimated that they would be sold out before dinner. Due to the limited number of ovens, the sweet potatoes needed time to cook. As soon as the team set out, the people along the way knew who it was. The logo of the ambulance was too obvious. There were 30 nurses, plus the little girl and her junior brother. When the team came out, a group of dogs stayed on the side of the road. There were 91 dogs in total. The first impression that these dogs gave people was that they were big, much bigger than ordinary dogs. The second impression was that they were obedient. They stood there motionless, but they looked around and didn't stick out their tongues. "Li Dongzhu, we came back from hunting last night. We have rested well. Do you want to go out for a walk?" An old man with one eye blind shouted. Someone had to take care of the dog team. "Old sure? Is the harvest okay? I'm going to sell roasted sweet potatoes in Grief Tianfang." Li Yi stuck his head out of the car. Guizi was alert in the car. "Are the melons in the field delicious? We'll go with you." Old Sure asked. "Go ahead. It's just right to feed the dogs. Dogs can eat some sweet potatoes. Sometimes when dogs eat hairy things, their intestines will be uncomfortable. Eating sweet potatoes can help to expel it." Li Yi shouted back. "Go ahead. Thank you. I know what you mean. 91 mountain guard dogs. Ordinary people couldn't win against a mountain guard dog. They were big and smart. 100 wing knights weren't afraid of the 91 mountain guard dogs during the day, but it would be troublesome at night. It was better to hide in the trees, or they would be wiped out. Let's go. Follow Li Dongzhu to sell those melons." Old Sure shouted. "Sweet potatoes are also fine." Li Yi said another name for sweet potatoes. There were many names for sweet potatoes. People in different areas gave them different names, just like potatoes. However, even though the 2 of them called each other potato, they could still be distinguished. "Good. As long as it was edible, it didn't matter what it was called. Disperse! After replying to Li Yi, Blindsure roared. Spread out, the other dog keepers shouted. Whoosh! The 91 dogs began to run in circles around Li Yi's car. One big circle after another, small circles after small circles. This is the value of a mountain guard dog. It's different from a dog that can be killed and eaten when it follows you. Li Yi sighed. He didn't have such a dog. In the past, he raised big dogs in the countryside. There were all kinds of breeds, including the Tibetan Mastiff that he had bragged about. But it was useless. Tibetan Mastiffs were only powerful in highland climates, and they had to be raised normally, not as pets. None of them were as psychic as the mountain guard dogs around the car. It was not a problem with the dogs, but with the humans. As for which breed of dog was more powerful, Li Yi had never made a comparison. It was meaningless. It was just like which breed of dog was more powerful. Could an individual represent a group? There were also mountain guard dogs in Zhuangzi, but he didn't bring them with him. They were used to guard Zhuangzi. When patrolling, he brought other dogs with him. Only then did his dog dream come true. He didn't like all dogs. Now he could bring the big dogs in Zhuangzi to Luoyang Palace. He didn't dare to do that in the past. If the big dogs entered the city and bit people, it would be troublesome. If they bit people, someone would take a picture and post it on the internet. If they said something, they would be investigated. If they investigated and found that they were selling medical equipment, would there be a problem? Of course there would be a problem. If there was a big problem, how much money would it cost to settle it? The key was which committee was unhappy. What if they found out that it was him? Is this how you do things? Li Lang, will the dogs be scalded when they eat the roasted sweet potatoes? Princess Yongmu also liked mountain guard dogs. In fact, except for people with special circumstances, everyone liked them. Just like police dogs, military dogs, and rescue dogs, people who didn't like dogs also approved of the dogs' identities. The dogs are not stupid. How could they not know the temperature? But let's try to break apart the roasted sweet potatoes. This way, they will cool down faster and easier for the dogs to eat. Li Yi didn't worry about the mountain guard dogs. Even if the dogs were in a daze, would the people who brought the dogs be in a daze too? At around 9 o'clock, everyone arrived at Grief Tianfang. Another person was pushed out and died. When the weather changed greatly, the death rate increased. Some people were already dying. When it was warm, they were taken care of. When it suddenly became cold, the temperature difference brought about a change in air pressure. In this case, it was useless to save them. Many of their organs had already failed. They were just waiting for that moment. Li Lang, will something happen to old Mr. Mu this year? Princess Yongmu looked at the few people who were pushed out. One of them looked like her grandfather. How is that possible? Old Mr. Mu is in good health. He is in a good mood. How old is he? His nominal age is 57. According to the current situation, I guarantee that he will live to be 80 years old. The premise is that he doesn't leave Zhuangzi. In the past, he was worried. Mental illness was the hardest to treat. Now he is in good health. He even has a younger son. His seniority is really high. Do you think that when I interact with that little guy in the future, I will be one generation younger? As Li Yi spoke, he found a problem. He was in a dilemma. Seniority is not important. There are many people in my family who are older than my father. They all listen to my father. Princess Yongmu comforted Li Yi from another aspect. Don't worry about it. You are the best. Yes, I will spank him more later to let him know fear. Li Yi agreed. Princess Yongmu. 20 roasted sweet potato stalls were set up. The third batch of sweet potatoes was about to be cooked. It's time to shout. Watch me. Li Yi cleared his throat and picked up the loudspeaker. Yellow-fleshed sweet potatoes. Fragrant, soft, yellow-fleshed winter melon. Eat one bite and your whole body will go numb. You are not eating sweet potatoes. You are eating golden years. When Li Yi was selling things, he had to shout and shout. So he started to blabber. The elderly eat it to strengthen their muscles and bones. The children eat it to be an imperial examination. The women eat it to be beautiful. The men eat it to be as upright as the sky. What is it? Let me tell you, it is called roasted sweet potatoes. It can be steamed or boiled. It can also be used to make porridge with sugar. It can be braised or stewed. Once you taste it, you will forget the bitterness. Li Yi's expression, actions, and voice were combined into one. He was so casual. The people around, including Blind Sure, they did not understand. Do you have to be like this? Li Dongzhu said that he needed to sell something personally. Shout. Hurry up and help shout. We're selling things now. You have to invest in it. You have to be professional. Li Yi saw Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan's stunned expressions. He waved his hand and asked them to come over. I can't open my mouth. It is different from when I was at Fragrant Fragrance Pavilion. Princess Yongmu was embarrassed. Xiaolan nodded and agreed. I have never sold things like this before. Li Lang, do you have to make up jingles to sell things? That is why I said that you two are not down to earth. You two are more suitable for another style. No problem. I will teach you later. That Gao Shang. Li Yi expressed his understanding. He did not want them to shout like him. Chapter 2195. There was a circle of big dogs around, including Goldie. Every dog had a sign around their neck with 3 words written on it. Mountain Guard Dog. The commoners heard the shouting and came over to take a look. What the hell? It was Li Dongzhu. Suddenly there were 20 lines. There were 20 stoves in total, and there was a line in front of each stove. Li Dongzhu was personally shouting, so the things to be sold were definitely good stuff. You two find someone to talk to. Tell them that starting tomorrow, when Tianlan Pavilion will be selling at a membership price of 500 coins per caddy. Members will have priority if each sweet potato is more than half a caddy. Li Yi taught Princess Yongmu how to say it, and her status suddenly rose. Princess Yongmu clenched her fists and was about to speak when Li Yi stopped her. Find someone to talk to, not you. Xiaolan. Got it. Xiaolan understood. She and Princess Yongmu couldn't appear, as that would make their status seem low. She went to find someone to arrange for the bigger sweet potatoes to be sold to the rich. The commoners actually didn't care about the size, and they all bought roasted sweet potatoes. They had never eaten them before, and even if they didn't want to eat them, they could bring them home. It was too cheap. Look at those that were more than half a caddy. They directly sold them for 10 times the price. They bought them at a very low price. Li Dongzhu was indeed a good person. The roasted sweet potatoes were soft from the inside to the outside, and they were wrapped in a square of paper with the edges. They tore open the outer skin and took a bite. The fragrant and sweet feeling warmed their hearts. At this time, the sweet potatoes being sold were small, and some were as big as eggs. Usually, at this time, the person weighing the sweet potatoes would put on the scale, and the back of the scale would quickly tilt up and shout just right. The commoners who bought such sweet potatoes felt like they had gotten a great bargain. They felt that it wasn't half a caddy, but more than half a caddy. There were also 2 sweet potatoes that were less than half a caddy. When one was added, it instantly exceeded half a caddy. Li Yi was in charge of his own factory. He could see that the people were not listening to him. He did not care about giving the people a few more sweet potatoes. Dongzhu Gij, I want half a caddy. A little girl said to Li Yi while handing over money. Li Yi looked at the money and smiled. He took out more than 10 sweet potatoes and looked around. Ching Song had already opened the box and took out a small net. Dongzhu. The cub reached out and grabbed it, holding the sweet potato. Big brother Dongzhu, this is too much. This is at least 5 caddies. The little girl said. If it wasn't for the bone-chilling cold, how could the sweet potato's fragrance assail the nose? Why are you here? Li Yi said with a smile. This little girl would be 10 years old after the new year. Her reward voucher was different from the others. If it is not cold to the bone, how can the plum blossoms smell so fragrant? The background of the voucher was a plum blossom pattern. Last year, she had already finished her university studies and was a minister. The rewards she received were all 10 of them. It wouldn't hurt to give such a child more money. She ate in the south of Tang, and the Li family Zhuangzi lived on the street and spent 1 coin like 5 or 10 coins. In addition to the discounts, when buying things, they also gave other gifts. For example, when buying a few shabu-shabu skewers, they would give a big braised chicken leg. It was the one Meng Haoren encountered. It probably left a psychological shadow on Meng Haoren and was hard to forget. Next year, the imperial examination. I came here to teach children in the official school of Luoyang County. I'm considered an assistant teacher and get a salary. By the way, I'm also studying. I've read all the books that you sent me, Big Brother Dongzhu. Right now, I'm studying medical books. A great doctor can treat the country, but a little doctor can treat people. The country rises and falls, and people have joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. Those who treat people rule the country. Those who treat the country treat people. The little girl told Li Yi her purpose and thoughts. Next year, she would take the exam with the others. She said that treating the country, treating the people was treating the people. Just now, the people lining up around them were surprised. Why did they give her so much? After hearing what she said, everyone understood. This was not the fragrance of sweet potatoes, but plum blossoms. With the existence of a special scholarship, if they wanted the same treatment, they or their children's academic results would be top-notch. It was not the Progress Prize. The Progress Prize referred to answering 5 questions correctly in the original 10-day exam, and answering 8 questions correctly in another 10-day exam a month later. The voucher for the Progress Prize had the word prize on it, but 2 lines of poetry were missing. Therefore, girls worked very hard in their studies. The premise of having the opportunity to study was that they could earn money for their families. If they could not earn money, they would go home to work to support the family. Studying in an official school did not cost money, but reduced their income from work. The people behind looked at the clothes the little girl was wearing. The material was good, and the sleeves, collar, and hem had a dark plum blossom pattern. Now that it was snowing, the clothes matched with the special reward coupon really gave off a feeling of pride and arrogance. Taking the children's science exam? Li Yi put the voucher in his pocket. No. After taking the children's science exam, the position given is to learn from others. It's not convenient for a girl like me. I'll take the higher science exam directly. After passing the exam, I want to continue studying and teach other children. I don't want to write books or become a local official. It's fine as long as I can study in school. Besides, when taking the children's science exam, it won't be good if I can't help but ask the examiner. The little girl had nothing to hide in front of Li Yi, so she said whatever was on her mind. Wow! The people nearby could not help but exclaim. Children's science exam? 10 years old? The little girl was so young? Li Yi pulled the little girl to his side and roasted sweet potatoes for the people behind him while talking. Next year's children's science exam will be held. The examiners are not ordinary people. A group of chancellors, former chancellors, and at least a few ministers will be the examiners. If you have the ability to stump them, I'll teach you more knowledge, including test supplies. Think about it. First take the children's science exam, then take the Jinsher exam. Is it fun? Why is it chancellors? The little girl was dumbfounded. She thought it was an ordinary official from the Ministry of Appointments or the Ministry of Rights. Because my junior brother and I will also take the exam. Grandpa Bai and the others don't want to be the examiners and push it to others, but unfortunately they can't. Feng Qingdai came over. As she spoke, she took out pine nuts from the pocket of her white coat and put them in the little girl's pocket. Feng, Qing, Dai, Li, Gui, Zhang. The little girl looked at the 2 children who were about her age and asked. When she asked, there was envy in her eyes. She was Li Dongzhu's disciple. Yes, we know you. Xia Yaohua. Your nickname is Zhuozhuo. You are the peach blossom of the Tang dynasty. Feng Qingdai came over and held Xia Yahua's hand. She smiled and said, Master, I was wondering why Sister Zhuozhua's face was so beautiful. You have to do the same surgery as me. Li Yi was speechless. He threw away the scale and went to the little girl's other hand. He took out the stethoscope from his pocket. The stethoscope listened through the clothes first, then held the stethoscope with the hand. When it became warm, it reached into the clothes to listen. Qing Song, Tao Hong, and the others immediately surrounded the stethoscope to block the view of the others. The people in the queue knew the severity of the situation. They stepped back and looked anxious. Chapter 2196. Feng Qingdai was particularly familiar with this disease. Born in a medical family, she knew her own condition since she was a child. Could she feel her own pulse? Of course she could. As soon as she took her pulse, she found that something was wrong. After observing Xia Yahua's face, she was even more certain. She waited for her master to give an answer. She was not very anxious. She could help with the treatment. When she practiced on death row prisoners, she participated a lot. This kind of interventional surgery was related to talent. People with poor talent practiced hard, but they could only reach an average level. Those with good talent would be proficient in a few times. It was like taking venous blood and injecting it into a needle. Some nurses did not need experience. They just inserted the needle, and some needed many years to reach the same level. When Feng Qingdai inserted the needle into a baby or an old person with thin and fragile blood vessels, she did not need to apply the pulse belt at all. This was what the nurses always joked about. She was good at acupuncture. She inserted the needle with her soul, just like playing basketball. The moment she put the needle in, she knew whether it could be inserted or not. Send the roasted sweet potatoes to Zhuozhua's family. Tell them that Zhuozhua needs to be checked for illness and stay in Li family Zhuangzi. After hearing this, Li Yi let go of his hand and tidied up Xia Yahua's clothes. No one answered, but some people left. They did not ask where Xia Yahua's family was at all. They had a way to find them. Qing Song and Zi Yu cooperated with each other to stack the 2 suitcases vertically and horizontally. At the same time, they cushioned the suitcases with 2 blankets, like a chair with a back. Xia Yahua was carried by Li Yi and sat on the chair. Xiao Lan took out a mink coat and covered the little girl. The other people around dispersed, and Li Yi continued to sell roasted sweet potatoes. The people in the line glanced at Xia Yahua from time to time. How sick was she? Did she have to go to Zhuangzi for treatment? Zhuozhua was calm. She knew that she was not feeling well. Sometimes she gasped for breath, and sometimes she had no strength. She thought it was normal. She was tired from studying and working. Now she understood that she was sick and it was not normal. However, she was not afraid. In her heart, Brother Dongzhu was a miracle doctor. According to Qingdai, this illness could be cured. Li Dongzhu, this girl. Some people were worried. No problem. With me around, it'll be hard for you to die, Li Yi said confidently. As he spoke, he finished weighing 3 small sweet potatoes and added 2 larger ones to them. Thank you, Li Dongzhu. The commoners looked at Xia Yahua and smiled. It was good that she was fine. This girl had a good life. The others spread the news and told the others that Li Dongzhu could easily cure the girl's illness. Thus, everyone smiled as if their own children had been cured. Tell the children in Hunan Prefecture to come over for a physical examination. There are so many nurses, they will be in charge. In addition, pregnant women could also come for a checkup free of charge. We should increase the number of nurses. I will expand the hospital. Li Yi looked at Xia Yahua and thought of other children. As for pregnant women, they had to be checked as well. If they found something wrong, they had to get rid of it quickly so that they could not give birth. It had nothing to do with ethics. It was about the family's ability to bear it. If a child was born with a congenital disability, the child would suffer, the parents would suffer, and they would have to bear the criticism of others. Social welfare did not keep up, and all the suffering was borne by one family. There were even some women who weren't suitable for childbirth and would die. Still, no one responded. They just went to make arrangements. Brother Dongzhu, can I eat roasted sweet potatoes? It smells good. Zhuozhua was hungry. Yes, you can eat whatever you want. Li Yi smiled and nodded. After saying that, he realized that something was wrong and added, I can guarantee that you won't have a problem eating anything. He remembered that under normal circumstances, when patients were told what they could not eat or do, their emotions were relatively stable. Once you told them that they could eat whatever they wanted and do whatever they wanted as long as their financial conditions allowed, it was like the court passing a death sentence and carrying it out immediately. The court's immediate execution allowed you to appeal after the second trial, but the doctor said, this second trial was the last hope of finding a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. However, the probability was very low. It was as low as winning the lottery. Zhuozhua did not know what Li Yi was thinking. She felt better. Someone next to her inserted something into her nose. It was something like a pillow, and it was comfortable to breathe. Hurry up and give me roasted sweet potatoes. I saw how others ate them. When they opened the sweet potatoes, honey juice flowed out. Can I eat it now? Zhuozhua knew how to hint. Qingdai understood. She found a roasted sweet potato that she thought was good, blew it open, and shared half with Zhuozhua. It's sweet. After taking a bite, Zhuozhua narrowed her eyes. After taking 2 bites, she said, I'm always sleepy and have no strength. I want to sleep. Otherwise, I can learn more. Are you and Guizong taking the children's exam? You can take the exam next year too. Grandpa Bai and the others will be in charge of the exam. It's interesting. Let's go together. Feng Qingdai felt that she had found a good partner. They had the same illness and were equally good at studying. The difference was that this little sister, who was less than a year older than her, was not born into a medical family. She used to have the same symptoms. However, there was medicine that could alleviate the symptoms and not cure the root cause. She would have more time to learn. Are the Zaifu really the examiners? Aren't you afraid? I haven't seen them before. Today is the first time I see Brother Dongzhu, but he seems very familiar. Zhuozhua was not Li Guizong. She had no respect for the Zaifu. She felt that those people were high and mighty. She had never seen any of them before. When she saw Brother Dongzhu today, she did not feel unfamiliar when she saw him. It seemed that this was how it should be. Yes, I was the same in the past. I saw how charming Qingshan was, and I expected Qingshan to see me in the same way. Feng Qingdai nodded. They were indeed similar. That's right, that's right. Everything has its own way. It's like a dream. It's like mist and lightning. It should be like this. Zhuozhua found a close friend and a good sister. The people who were queuing up to sell cheap roasted sweet potatoes were depressed. Why didn't they talk properly? Was this the world of the top students? The key was that the 2 girls were saying that their daughters were still learning pinyin and were about the same age. Let's take the exam together. First, we'll take the children's exam, then the Jinshe exam. Let me tell you, the Jinshe exam is very simple. I know all about it. Then, is this considered cheating? Your brother Dongzhu. Yes, your disciple. He just needs to tell you. Even if I don't answer a single question, I'll tell the examiner to bring the women here for me to help check their bodies. They have to let me pass. Yes, I remember. It was written in the newspaper that we girls are encouraged to study medicine. You're an external official of the Imperial Medical Department and the Empress's Palace. Have you been to the Empress's Palace? I've been there once. It's boring. They're all gone. They've all run to Zhuangzi. I just went there to see the layout. I'm always sleepy and want to sleep. What medicine should I take? I've bought the medicine in the medical books I read. It's not very useful. Medical books are dead, but people are alive. It's better to have no books than to believe in books. Come home with us and have a thorough check. I'll let you have a good New Year. Okay, I'll take the children's exam with you 2 next year. The two girls who were about the same age chatted and decided to take the children's exam. The people queuing up to buy roasted sweet potatoes were silent. Children's exam was an invitation. Find a partner to take the exam together. Chapter 2197. Little Sister Ching Dai. Sweet potatoes are delicious. Is the yield high if planted in the field? Can it be used to make wine? Is it not good to drink too much? The greater the country is, the greater the country is, the greater the country is, the more wine is, the greater the country is, the more wine is, Zhuozhuo asked. Wine doesn't matter. Knowing when to stop leads to steadiness. Steadiness leads to calmness. Steadiness leads to steadiness. Steadiness leads to steadiness. Knowing when to stop is to stop before going too far. It is not the end of everything. Wine can be made into medicine. Is it the end of medicine? Aya, there should be a gift for drinking wine. Our Zhuangzi will pay for it. Qing Dai interrupted Zhuozhuo. She knew what Zhuozhuo wanted to say. If sweet potatoes could be used to make wine, first, everyone would have to drink less. Second, it would consume food. Zhuozhuo used Shangshu to ask, and she used Shui to answer. This was the daily conversation between two little girls who were less than 10 years old. There was nothing wrong with it. But for the students who were queuing up to buy roasted sweet potatoes and were going to take the imperial examination next year, the malice was too big. Our Tang dynasty doesn't care about morality anymore. Girls should take the imperial examination. Girls, the dynasty has changed. They shouldn't take the imperial examination. The key point was that they were all children. They were going to take the children's exam first, and then take the imperial examination. Was the living environment of the imperial examination scholars so bad? Was there no one in the imperial court to take care of them? Did they not consider the difficulties of the other people who studied hard for 10 years? In the future, would a group of girls who were less than 10 years old take the children's exam and the imperial examination? Some went back to teach after the exam, and the other went back to treat patients. What about the men? Should the men who didn't pass the imperial examination die? Princess Yongmu covered her mouth and laughed. She was no longer covering her mouth. Princess, how did they learn so fast? I worked very hard. Sometimes when I memorized something, I couldn't remember it even after memorizing it a few times. Xiaolan was not happy. These two little girls were simply unreasonable. What are you shouting about? Li Yi said to Xiaolan that he didn't want to roast sweet potatoes anymore. He would let others take care of it. He would take a big one and share it. Others are smart, but I am stupid. I am not happy. Xiaolan pouted. Xiaolan, why are you shameless? You have the nerve to talk about others? Don't you know how many people win? Why are you the only one left behind? Li Yi mocked Xiaolan with disdain. Lan was very happy when she heard this. They want to play tricks with me. Humph. They wanted to rely on public, psychological tactics to get to the top. I'm repaying a debt of gratitude. It's different. How can I let them stay for long? If someone steals food, that's not a problem. I steal food too. Before I stole it, I was with Lil. Miss said, okay, I want to eat meat. They didn't even inform us when they were stealing. Are you secretly eating, or are you hiding it from your master? Xiaolan tried her best to organize her words to describe her situation at that time. She had stolen something and told Princess Yongmu about it. Everyone thought that Princess Yongmu was a fool. Therefore, she thought of a way to get rid of such people. When there was little food, she and Princess Yongmu were like sisters. She always ate the worst food, but now it was different. She also ate similar food as Princess Yongmu. The two of them could live together, so some of their habits were the same. On this side, the two beautiful girls were attacking others. On the other side, the people in Grieffield Square were eating roasted sweet potatoes. Some people were not allowed to eat them. Their gastrointestinal tract was not good to begin with. If they ate more, they would have to be hospitalized. Blindsher and the others also ate. Their bodies were in good health, and the dogs were even more fine. A roasted sweet potato was left cold for the dogs to eat. The dogs squinted their eyes when they licked it. Why did they feel that it was more fragrant than bones? Then Li and the others realized that there were many rich people. They asked for a pile of sweet potatoes. They looked at the quality of the sweet potatoes, chose a few and paid the bill. Li smiled and looked at them. Some sweet potatoes were not good. They were not sandy but watery. He could tell. In the end, those rich people looked as if they knew very well and bought them. Li Lang, are they stupid? They bought a lot of bad sweet potatoes, and there are beauties beside them. Aren't they afraid of being looked down upon? Princess Yongmu was picking sweet potatoes for the children. The best roasted sweet potatoes had a dry outer skin that needed to be peeled off. The inner layer was half a centimeter, relatively dry and hard, and the inner layer was juicy. Different people had different understandings of taste. Li liked to eat the dry and hard ones the most. The inner ones were too sweet, and the texture was too soft. It was like eating boiled corn, he said. Many people liked to eat the tender ones. When his family used to grow corn, they did not eat the tender ones. They ate the hard ones that could be rubbed out in a row. He felt that the tender ones were soft. The texture was not good, but the taste was good. When he ate the corn, he would boil it and heat it up in the microwave. Then he would eat the corn grain by grain as a side dish. He bought a lot of green corn for the children in the schools in the county and towns where he wanted to sell equipment. He even built pig farms in some towns. He did not pursue the profits of the pig farms. He used all the money to cook for the children. It was easy for someone who could make connections with the medical system to make connections with the local towns. The local children also liked to eat the hard ones because they could eat for a while longer. It was that simple. Li was making money locally. The farms in this town were the hometown of the people he needed to make connections with. It was stupid to give money directly. When he was selling medical equipment and earning tens or hundreds of times the profit, he invested in the hometown of others. No one could find fault with this. He really spent money to raise pigs and chickens to solve part of the employment problem. The animals he raised also provided healthy food for the local primary and secondary school students with corporate welfare subsidies. Therefore, Li was calm. He had never spoiled the children. He supported the local education so much that the local government wrote the book of 10,000 people for him. The court did not dare to sentence him. When he was not sentenced by the court, the local children ate well, wore good clothes, had many toys, and did not lack sports equipment. The court also trembled in this situation. Arrest him. If he was sentenced, the local government would not have the previous benefits. The key was that Li was not a traitor. What reason could they find to arrest him? The key was how to clean up after the arrest. It was quite troublesome. Whoever was dissatisfied with him and wanted to teach him how to be a person, he would get the news in advance and give the other party benefits. If the other party took the benefits and said that he did not know how to be a person, he would give the other party more benefits and let the other party know who did not know how to be a person. Dong Zhu, come here. A small robot ran over and wanted to whisper to Li. Li did not explain at all and directly pushed the small robot away. We found 2 targets. They are very troublesome. The other party's layout is too deep. The small robot reported to Li. What's the difference? Li wanted to find a screen to look at. The mastermind and the accomplice. Some accomplices will act under the banner of a family that they should not have. The small robot replied, that is to say, the other party's layout is very deep and even some members of the big families are involved, but they don't know the problem. Yes, because that religion is too powerful. I'll tell you when you go back, the small robot said. Chapter 2198. Li Dongzhu, can I ask you something? A commoner tasted the sweet potato and stopped eating it. He was prepared to take it home with a cautious look on his face. Ask. Li didn't want to talk to Zai Fu. If Zai Fu asked that, he would reply no. Sweet potatoes are delicious. Can we plant carrots and onions in the future? The commoner looked very nervous. The seeds I brought back from overseas. When we have enough seeds, we will let you plant them. Li nodded. That's great. Li Dongzhu, how many sweet potatoes can be produced in 1 mu? The commoner asked about the yield. Sigh. Li sighed. The current technology is not good enough. 1 mu can only produce about 20 stones. Poof! The roasted sweet potato fell to the ground. How much? A few people asked at the same time. They wanted to know if they had heard wrongly. They thought that roasted sweet potatoes could be eaten as rice. 20 stones per mu? That was a few thousand caddies? How could it be so much? Don't worry. We are working hard to cultivate them. Who knows, we might be able to produce 40 stones per mu in the future. Li promised with a sincere look on his face. They were working hard to feed everyone. When can we plant them? Li Dongzhu, I want to buy seeds. Can I plant 1 mu of seeds with 1 shovel of money? Li Dongzhu, my land is good. You can ask someone to plant the seeds and leave some for me. Dongzhu, I will use half of my land to exchange for seeds. Dongzhu, I have a daughter. You have a daughter? Didn't you just give birth to a son? Do you believe that if you give birth to another daughter, it will be a daughter? The commoners all spoke out. They wanted to plant sweet potatoes. 10 coins per caddy. Once they bought a bunch of sweet potatoes, their breathing quickened. 1 mu of land could produce more than 2,000 caddies. If they were roasted and sold, they would be able to earn more than $20,000. If they chose a good land, fertilized it, and found someone to look after carefully, they might be able to earn $30,000 to $40,000 per mu. How were they planting sweet potatoes? They were clearly golden melons. Li smiled as he listened. He had achieved his goal. If he gave the commoners seeds, they would be suspicious. If he let the commoners ask for the seeds themselves, it would be very easy to promote. Even if they realized that 1 caddy could not be sold for more than 10 yuan, it would still be considered a large amount of food. If people couldn't finish it, it wouldn't be easy to preserve it, and it wouldn't be easy to sell, so it would be fed to livestock. In fact, the vermicelli workshop only needed to collect them and produce large amounts of sweet potato vermicelli and sweet potato starch. Everyone, stop arguing. You, Li Dongzhu, say something. Someone shouted loudly when he saw that the group of people was useless. The surroundings quieted down, waiting for Li to speak. Li took the loudspeaker and said, starting from next year, sweet potatoes will be planted in some of the good areas. Except for the small sweet potatoes that don't look good. The rest will be purchased by the imperial court as seeds to be planted in other places of the Tang dynasty. Our Hunan prefecture is one of the seed production bases. After the new year, it will be written in the newspaper. Choose a piece of land for planting and discuss with someone who has the title deed. Li told him the plan. Next year, they would still get seeds, but they could eat less. He believed that the commoners would understand that they couldn't eat the seeds. All right, Li Dongzhu sweet potatoes. How many batches can you plant in a year? The commoner shouted again. Li, can you not interrupt like that? What do you mean by Li Dongzhu sweet potatoes? You're the sweet potato. You're the sweet potato. It's about the same as other crops. 1 batch in the north and 2 in the south. Li cursed inwardly, but he still had to answer. Li Dongzhu sweet potatoes. How many seeds do you need for 1 mu of land? The man continued to ask. Li took a deep breath. We generally use 38 to 40 caddies of seeds for 1 mu of land. 1 mu of land is 540 square meters, so 1 caddy is 640 grams. Li calculated as he spoke. 1 mu of land used to plant sweet potato seedlings was about 30 kilograms or 60 caddies, or 500 grams per caddy. In the Tang dynasty, 1 mu of land was small, but 1 caddy was large. After conversion, it was 38 caddies or 640 grams per caddy. Li checked the information. He had to do the conversion himself. Otherwise, it would be a waste and a scam. The commoners trusted the Li family Zhuangzi. If there were more seeds, the commoners would eat less. Furthermore, if there were more mineral fertilizers, it would cause damage to the land. The information stated that 1 mu of land should use 200 caddies of phosphate fertilizer, so he directly copied it. In the end, the large amount of phosphate fertilizer used exceeded the quota by 0.58 times, which was equivalent to more than 310 caddies of phosphate fertilizer per mu of land. Not only did they spend more money, but the effect was also reduced. Li Dongzhu sweet potatoes. Do they need to be watered? The man still had a question. Li Yi had already calmed down. The amount of water to be watered depends on the lack of water in the land. If there's a lot of rain, it'll have to be drained. The newspapers will write about it. The newspapers will write about it? If I'd known, I wouldn't have asked. The man who asked regretted it. It seemed that speaking more would be a loss to him. This was what the saying meant. Li Yi glanced at him and considered whether or not he should ask the drone to keep an eye on him. Then he would beat him up at night and put him in a sack. As they spoke, another batch of sweet potatoes was roasted. It wasn't like when they were sold normally. The roasted sweet potatoes here were sold one batch at a time. They tried their best to choose the same size and cook them together. I'll buy 1,000 caddies. Someone came over and threw a stack of money into the money box. In the end, when the wind blew the snow, the exchange coupons were blown to the ground. The surroundings were quiet. Everyone looked at him. He shuddered, for someone had drawn a bow and pointed it at him and knocked an arrow. As if they had sensed their master's thoughts, at least 20 mountain guard dogs next to him lowered their bodies and stared at him without making a sound. Okay, Li Yi said as he stepped forward and picked up the falling coupons. He wiped the snow on his clothes and put it in his pocket. Behind him, someone brought a new white coat for him to change into and washed his hands with medical alcohol. Aye. The man's reaction was slow. He wanted to pick up the coupons, but he was too scared to keep up. Li Yi picked up a sweet potato and weighed it. It's exactly 1,000 caddies. Come over and see if it's enough. It's enough. I don't need to look at the scale to know that it's too much. Li Dongzhu's hand that weighed it was raised high. Thank you, Li Dongzhu. The man nodded vigorously. There was nothing wrong with it. It was too much. Because the person who collected the money was Princess Yongmu. Should he throw the money on the ground and ask Princess Yongmu to pick it up? Should he throw a bone for Her Majesty to eat? Here, it's wrapped up. Li Yi wrapped it in a piece of paper and handed it over. The man took it and walked back with his head down. His body was probably too hot and melted the snow. There was water around his legs. The people who came with him looked at each other and left. Someone go and tell him to bring a few roasted sweet potatoes. Each person has to eat one, Princess Yongmu ordered. The man was probably used to throwing money and stuffing it when he had money. In the end, he forgot who he was dealing with. If he didn't tell him, the man would probably be buried in a few days. He would scare himself to death. Li Yi continued to weigh the sweet potatoes. It's exactly half a caddy. Thank you, Brother Dongzhu. I will study hard in the future. The boy who used the Progress Award coupon took the 2 caddies of sweet potatoes and promised Li Yi. He looked at Xia Yaohua, who was sitting next to him, and nodded. He turned around and jogged away. The clothes he was wearing were not bad, which proved that his family's financial situation was good. He was rewarded for his improvement in the exam. In the end, he was rewarded again. He was embarrassed. His prize was the Progress Award. The other people's prizes had not only poems, but also plum blossoms. They were all 1-cent coupons. The difference was obvious. Chapter 2199. Noon came, and the snow was still heavy. Li family Zhuangzi's food was delivered. Sheds were set up, and the people were eating under the sheds. Li Yi was treating, and the people were not polite at all. They smiled and picked up the plates next to them to get the food. This braised pork and tofu is delicious. I can tell that it was made by Aunt Wang-san. Other people like to add coriander and green onion, but Aunt Wang-san adds garlic. Qing Dai explained the situation to Zhuozhua. She was very observant. What's the difference? Zhuozhua didn't know the difference between adding garlic, green onion, and coriander. Other people's green onion and coriander are added later. Aunt Wang San's garlic is added first to neutralize the oil and the smell of the bean. Green garlic is easy to cook. Some people will be allergic to green onion and coriander. There are relatively few allergic to green garlic. The most important thing is who is eating it. Master's wife likes to eat dishes with green garlic. Don't eat green garlic when you eat it. Let's go and get the pork slices. The pork slices are thin and there's less paste. It's sweet and sour. What is this dish? It looks like a silkworm cocoon. It's a silkworm cocoon. It's dry fried. Sometimes you will be allergic to it. Don't eat too much, especially when it's your first time eating it. This is shredded yam, shredded potato. Just make a little for the people to try. The people in charge of getting the food will not give too much. They have to keep the seeds. Is it delicious? Because there are no signs of germination, we didn't add aged vinegar when we fried it. It's salty when you eat it. It's best to eat it with rice. You have to add aged vinegar for germination. It's best not to eat those that germinate too much. The poison is too strong. The potato itself is poisonous. Master said that from a bioevolutionary point of view, this is the potato's own defense mechanism to prevent it from being eaten up in the process of reproduction. Some things have sweet flesh on the outside, and the seeds won't be digested. They use sweet things to attract creatures to help them spread the seeds. Master called the poison in the potato solanine. It can be neutralized with vinegar. Therefore, as long as the germination is not too serious, it's fine to eat less shredded potatoes fried with vinegar. Don't the shredded potatoes need other dishes to go with it? You can add some leafy vegetables. The color will look good. Zhuangzi has non-spicy chili. Oh, it's called green chili. When there are more seeds for the commoners to plant, they can be fried together with potatoes. Feng Qingdai personally filled a bowl for Xia Yaohua. She didn't allow the person in charge of serving the food to do it. She had to control Xia Yaohua's food intake. The other commoners asked if they could still scoop more after they finished eating. After receiving a positive reply, he scooped a little first. They were afraid that it would be a waste if they couldn't finish it, but they were also worried that they wouldn't have enough to eat if they didn't eat enough. It was a very simple idea. It was just like how Li Yi had experienced natural disasters, or when he was eating in the production team. When everyone scooped rice, they first estimated how much rice there was, then scooped half a bowl and ate faster. When others scooped a bowl, they ate slowly. He finished half a bowl first, and then scooped another bowl. When others finished a bowl and wanted to scoop another bowl, there was no rice left. Fortunately, the Li family Zhuangzi was treating them, so they didn't have to worry about the quantity. Feng Qingdai scooped a lot of dishes for Xia Yaohua, but the quantity was small. She scooped a bowl of cucumber and egg soup and asked that the soup could be left after eating all the cucumbers. Xia Yaohua, Li Yi, Princess Yongmu, and the others sat at a table to eat. After eating a few mouthfuls, Songde came over and glanced at Xia Yaohua. He wanted to say something, but stopped. "Did you tell Zhuazhua's family?" Princess Yongmu asked. "I did, but they were worried. I said that Dongzhu would do it. Yes, that's all." Songde seemed to have something to say when he spoke. "I'm not my adoptive parents' biological child. I already knew, but my parents didn't know that I knew. They treat me as their biological child, so I'm their biological child. There's a saying in the Han Dynasty, if you love someone as your own child, you should treat them as your own." The little girl Zhuazhua raised her head and said to everyone that she wasn't her biological child. She didn't know who her biological parents were. Lu Ji was lenient in politics to pacify the people, and the country expanded. However, leniency was strict and Confucianism flourished. The Tang dynasty couldn't do that. Qing Dai commented on Lu Ji. He was the main character in Zhuazhua's words. Lu Ji was the son of noble Jia. Empress Mingda's surname was Ma. Her family was powerful, so she raised him as her son. Lu Ji's father, Lu Zhuang, told Empress Ma that if she raised him well, he would also treat her well. Therefore, Empress Ma raised Lu Ji as her biological child. Qing Dai supported part of Lu Ji's actions, but she also thought that he didn't do it well enough. Lu Ji respected Confucianism and reduced legalism. He was too lenient. Young emperor's decision is what I want. I'm not a good minister. The emperor doesn't have the emperor's heart. The world is round and rules are first. Zhuozhua agreed with Qing Dai's words. She said that Lu Ji didn't do well. He always listened to the Confucian ministers and was indecisive. After saying that, she was stunned and looked at Li Yi carefully. Li Yi was now in charge of many things in the Tang dynasty, but Li Longji didn't worry much. Didn't that mean that Li Yi wasn't a good minister? Shouldn't His Majesty be the one to make the decision? Li Yi smiled. His Majesty is in a strategically advantageous position and has military power. After that 70 years of age, the common people would live without hunger or cold. However, if they were not kings, there would be none. Dong Zhu Gij, the people you use to build roads are hundreds of acres of land. If you don't seize the right time, your family will be able to live without hunger. Zhuozhua heaved a sigh of relief. This Dong Zhu Gij was very easy to talk to. He changed the topic in an instant. I have to study hard in the future. Xiaolan was depressed. I can understand what you guys are saying, but I don't know where they're coming from. I can't say anything. You don't have to learn these things. My life also has a limit, and my knowledge is also boundless. Li Yi told Xiaolan not to blindly learn. Oh, follow the boundless with a limit. It's dangerous. I know this. Xiaolan understood that she couldn't be compared to the other people at the table. The princess was similar to her, but when the princess was studying, she was busy with the palace. Zhuozhua, bring your parents to live in Zhuangzi. You can learn medicine from Qing Dai and prepare for the imperial examination. Princess Yongmu didn't ask how Zhuozhua was adopted. Someone would investigate this matter to see if the child was abducted. She would ask someone else later. She had to arrange Zhuozhua's matters first. Thank you, Sister Wintian. Zhuozhua was happy. She was relieved. She earned a lot of money from studying and found a good inn for her parents in Luoyang. There were people to take care of them, but it was far from being comparable to the Li family Zhuangzi. Eat while it's hot, Li Yi said and lowered his head to eat. Light snow was still falling outside the hut. The commoners who were eating felt warm and didn't feel cold at all. On the other hand, the children who came with their parents were not very happy. They were always told that everything they did was wrong. The reason was that a little girl took out a learning reward voucher with a dark plum blossom branch. The children of other families had cheated them. That voucher represented the first place in the county school. The second place didn't even exist. The most important thing was that the voucher was from Chang'an County. If they wanted to compete with the voucher, they could only get the first place in Wanyan County. These two counties were in Chang and City. How many smart children in Chang and City wanted to compete with them?